All of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar. You said you would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not get turned away at gunpoint. You lied, Nathan.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a comical sight. To see the tomb, the globe-head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves and blame. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? Listen, I'll sick of it. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove-head goon spewing out his size, screaming. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? Listen, I'm sick of this. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how
about Antarctica. You deflected to measurement. You are a dumb liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!
More like, where's Nathan? As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's throw it on over to Discord and see if there's any Discord in the Discord. Discord.
But that's a good point. Where's the Nathan guns?
Yeah, where's Nathan at? That's the question.
I'm assuming he's still alive because he can manage to set the premiere button. But yeah, get well soon, pal.
Yep, I noticed that this morning. And we have joining us here the forgotten Flatsy Klein and Neil Constantino.
I'll just to do that.
For real, you guys just need to get a room.
Got one. It's called the BALLBUSTERS.
Yeah, we do that. It's called BALLBUSTERS. Yeah, that's correct. All right, well, one of those days, man. Let's see if we got anyone out here.
Well, we have got Neil and Flatsy. See? So, how are you coping, Neil, without Nathan? I know you're going to be the most affected.
Yeah.
This is the problem. This is a major problem. This is what happens. You miss a few days. Look, who's here? 4 people?
Yeah.
Gotta stay on it.
Around that time of the year, right? Because you're just coming up. It's starting to get really nice outside. It's on the edge of getting too hot. Right? It's straddling that edge. It's just that time of the year. It slows down a little bit. I got it. I can feel it.
Bloody beautiful here. 20 degrees.
This might
That
be.
sounds cold.
Close up. No, it's Celsius, for God's sake. I'm going to have to check the temperature for today. This might be a shooting day. Factor that in.
68 in old money, Neil.
Oh, it's going to be 80 degrees today. What's the humidity? It's going to be 60. Dew point is... they took the humidity out. Same damn thing. 60 dew point? I don't think so.
What's the perfect shooting day for you, QE, weather-wise?
70 degrees, 45% humidity. That's the perfect... No wind. Maybe just a slight breeze. You know, one of those high breezes? That's perfect shooting day. I had a bunch of them. Not a bunch, but a passel of a few of those days here shooting. So I can't complain. Mostly
Have
rain.
you ever been to San Diego? Because I hear that's like the perfect temperature.
Yeah, I've been to San Diego before. San Diego this, San Diego that, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've been there. And what does that have to do with... You want me to drive to San Diego to shoot a bow?
No, I'm just wondering if it's true what they say.
What do you mean it's true? What's true?
That the weather's always perfect there.
Not always perfect. It's close to being perfect, not always.
Where's San Diego? It sounds like California.
It's Southern California.
Oh, great guess, that. I'd heard of the football team, but I didn't know where they were from. Like, where it was situated. The
San
Chargers.
Diego, they don't have a football team.
When I was a kid, San Diego Chargers.
The weather's perfect, but not their football team.
They don't have one.
They don't got a team anymore.
It's Los Angeles Chargers now.
See, that's weird. That is just so alien to us. The fact that you could take a team, just weird, just nonsensical. It's only ever happened once in English football, that.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, but it really is. There's so many teams that have moved. I wish they'd stop it. Crypto Mooner, what has happened to Daily FED show? Nathan is under the weather. He's got bad toothes and bad nasals for the past. It's almost been 10 days, hasn't it? Probably longer.
He's been suffering for longer, I think.
And he's usually in here saying you could begin now. So he's not doing well. So let's cut him some slack. Give him maybe a full rest week, and he'll come back refreshed, ready for the slowdown. That's the way it goes. So what we're gonna do, because it's slow and stuff, we decided to do a treatment on Adam.
Amen. You say we? I did offer myself up.
You did. That's not gone unremarked. He did offer himself up for the show. I said, okay, I guess we can do that. Now, I hadn't listened to it. I didn't really get, other than what you said about it, which was very minor. I really don't even know what it's about. But Adam was, I seen Adam. It was last week. I popped into politics and just checking that, see who was in there. And Adam Meakin's in there. Oh, man. So I had to pop in. But that was towards the end of your stay, correct?
I think by that point you were there. I was 4 or 5-0 up. I don't really remember the topics because, like I said, I was a little bit tipsy. But I do remember keeping score or trying to. But all scores were verified by Jedi.
Oh, he was keeping track of them during the show.
Yeah, he struggled to give me the 4th one, but eventually he did.
They text you.
He came back in and said, "No, that's clean. You can have that." So.
It was a clean 4-0.
Yeah. Yeah, funny.
Well,
I just popped in, and I was only listening a little bit. I was just because I was a bit bored. I was painting, and there was nothing on YouTube. I thought I'll sit and have a listen, and then it got kind of felt the need to have to jump in.
It gets spicy.
Sometimes I tell you what, I've got to give credit to them, and I think I do on the show. Their style is very different to ours, but I'll be honest, the standards they held, I remember calling for the mods once, because I just had enough. Yeah, and they were in it and on it. And to be fair, they were on it all the time. I thought it was really good evening.
Huh.
Well run.
Well, yeah. 2 days before that, they muted me.
I can say really well run.
Like I said, it's really well run. Yeah, they did. Of course, no one would own up to it. Not as dumb as they look.
It's a very different style. They're very calm. Yeah. It's very different to how we would. I'm a bit different to you and Nathan, which is why I thought it might be interesting, and to see if you can turn me a new one. Because the only time I've had it before was that silly one with McToon in Israel.
Oh, that was the week. Because you were hamstrung.
I didn't know what to say or do.
Yeah.
So I thought it'd be that. And we've done Brian. And like I say, I don't do a lot of this. So I thought, well, there's a good 3 hours of me. There's lots of other people in, but just jumping in. So we'll see how I did.
We'll see.
I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah, are you? I have no clue. I haven't listened to one iota. I hope I got the timestamp right. Somebody sent it to me. Who sent it? Helio sent it to me. So I haven't listened, only to identify if you're in there or not. But didn't you send me one?
that night before I went to bed, somebody had sent it, so I listened to that, and that is the right start. That's when I come in questioning whether these guys.
That's the one I got. Then I used the one you sent. Okay.
Yeah, well, that was the timestamp of me being there, and then the one before it that I sent is the second off, because you know how they stop every 24 hours, so I overran from one to the other, I think. But I think the majority of it is the one you've got, because I think the other bit's when you arrived. Yeah, I think it was only like 50 minutes before I've then gone. I had to go to bed, hadn't I, at that time? It was knocking on. So I think it's about 50 minutes in the other one, but I don't think that's like anything other than victory dance.
So I'm not going to miss anything, or we're not going to miss anything, are we?
We'll find out. If we can get to the end of what was there, then be amazed if you're not bored by the end of that.
So you're at 8 hours and 45-minute mark, and this goes to 11 hours and 54 minutes. So we're not going to miss much.
You might want to fast forward it, because I'm not constantly. Yeah, it's Discord, isn't it? So you pop in.
Yep.
You pop out. I think I was on more towards the end as I got a bit cocky and drunk, but probably quite polite at the start. Except I wasn't. If you listen, what I do remember is me swearing straight away.
Really?
It's just out of sheer frustration. Yeah, sheer frustration.
Well, yeah. I can understand that, because it gets the stupid in there sometimes very high level. Yeah. All right. Well, let's throw it on here.
Oh, Brian's arrived.
Has he?
Oh, he's gone.
Did he leave?
He's gone. Yeah, he ran off.
All right.
Anthony's in chat. Get your butt in here, Anthony.
Anthony's not coming in here.
Evening, Tony.
Let's see. 2583. Might want to kick this up a little bit. 44. This is maxed out. Let's give it a tenner and see how it sounds out in YouTube. Here we go.
One, because I can make a counterclaim.
Your counterclaim isn't mutually exclusive,
Perfect.
you fucking idiot.
Ah, that's where you go. That's why I swore. Because he was doing that.
All right, let's go back. All right, I need a thumbs up from the YouTube chat.
Discord. Sorry.
I heard.
Good in.
Discord's good, right?
Yeah, good in here. Just waiting.
About a 10-15 second lag.
Adam says sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Yep, thanks. All right, here we go. Like I said, this is the Adam Meakin on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This is in Politics server. This was like 3 or 4 days ago. Probably longer. 4 days. Yep, 4 days ago. All right. Here we go.
This is only a very short bit. Because you might want to have to shoot forward after this. Because I think I might go for a sandwich or something after I've just got that off my chest.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know, and then I'll shoot forward.
Well, I was... Yeah, I'll do my best to try and remember.
Try to remember. Okay. Do you announce that you're going to get a sandwich?
No, it's Discord, isn't it? You just disappear. You might disappear for half an hour or so and then check back, innit? But probably not. I don't know. Press play. Sure.
Prove that it's this one, because I can make a counterclaim.
Your counterclaim isn't mutually exclusive, you fucking idiot.
No,
Hey, no swearing. Shit.
Hold on.
That's the most standard if you don't think it's worth knowing one from the other.
Excuse me. I'm asking you to build a scientific hypothesis.
And I'm asking you not to be a fucking idiot. So,
Dickhead. Oliver, please.
You could.
There's literally no way to... You don't need to insult me. I'm asking you to prove your fucking claim by using the scientific method. That's what I'm asking you to do.
The push and pull, like, these are just things we can ascribe to any force. Can say...
Shit.
Yeah, so
That's why he's asking you.
It's relative. It's inconsequential.
Oh shit!
So it's not. So it's not one or the other. You fucking gormless twat.
Hey, Jedi.
This Oliver guy, he's pretty funny, man.
He descended into nothing but insult. What's wrong with him?
What's that, Adam?
That's why I've jumped. I've been listening to for quite a while now, I think. So I've jumped in there.
Right.
So I'm actually, I'm thinking, these guys are much too nice. Are ballers allowed to be like this here? So that's why I start out with it.
That's it. Got under your skin a little bit.
Well, no, I think I'm actually retorting in the same vernacular that he uses.
Okay. Don't anticipate for us. Just at ease right there.
This fucking idiot. I'm nervous. I'm nervous, man. I can't help it.
You are nervous. You interrupted the part two. All right, here we go.
Other, you fucking gormless twat.
Hey, Jedi.
He descended into nothing but insults. What's wrong with him?
Has this fucking idiot ever tried using a door?
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good one. That's +1 for Adam.
Oh, push inconsequential there, you retard.
Right. And what is the door having done on it?
Is it being pulled or pushed? You know, you're the kind of idiot that stand outside a shop going, ooh, pulling the door, and then somebody, little lady walks past you, pushes it, and he glides in.
+2 for Adam. Good one.
Yep, that's me.
I'm just asking
And you see that you're the only one insulting people as well, so just chill out. Because you've got nowhere to go. So you don't need to insult people, just answer the questions and be simple, right?
No, because I'm talking with a bunch of retards. I'm not going to...
Yeah, but you're the only retard in the room at the moment, so...
Yeah, well, a group of retards is going to call the one non-retard in the room a retard, aren't they?
Well, then the one retard do the same thing, the other way around.
Oliver, it's all relative. Anyway,
yeah, I'm gonna go and read this paper anyway.
Can you read?
I mean, Oliver, you've been getting full on gangbang the entire time I was here. How can you call us retards? Everything that you've been bringing up has been being addressed.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No.
He said nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, go clean up there and maybe come back.
Go and read. Go on. Off you go. Unless you want a little one-on-one with Jedi.
Did you go get a sandwich now?
Yeah, because you've gone one-on-one with Jedi. That's what I thought his bit. So I thought, All
right, well, let's check it with Jedi. Jedi has some good ones.
Yes.
Jedi's cool.
I'd have a moderated debate if you wanted to in the future.
Okay. I'll be moderator now. Go ahead.
No, I'm not having a debate moderated by another flat Earth retard.
How do you know I'm a flat earther?
It's okay, buddy. I get muted.
Here comes flat earther names, call people names, and spiral out, and come back in a few days, and that's all cool.
Hold on. I don't just...
No, you said something. I need to reply to it. How do you know I'm a flat earther?
You're in a flat Earth server arguing against me.
How are you idiot?
Sorry?
I guess that means you're a flat earther too, huh, Oliver? You're in a flat Earth server, idiot.
Good one.
Well, that's nonsense logic, isn't it?
Okay, Oliver, what point do you need ironed out and let Jedi have a one-on-one and we'll all sit and listen? As long as you can behave yourself, you just moderate yourself. Be a gentleman.
Yeah, we don't need a moderator. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jedi will walk you through. No problem.
All right, everyone mute up.
Oliver, do you understand why I gave you the scenario of making an alternate claim?
Get closer to your computer or something.
You robot in just a little bit, Joe.
Jetty hasn't fixed his mic yet. You're going to piss me off, Jetty. I told you about this shit. It's already been squared away.
Should have a word with Nathan.
He should have a word with Nathan. You're right.
Yeah. Do you a bit of discount, won't he?
Hopefully.
Keep it together, do you have to keep on insulting people because you're backed into a corner? Is that why you do it? That's what it sounds like.
No,
oh shit, I've got no answer for this. Let's call them fucking retards.
You wait for a response and then you just interrupt. But this is, it's childish anyway. Like, but I give ad hocs to people I have no respect for in an argument.
Okay, all right, that's fine. At least we know where we stand, because I just jumped into this 20 minutes ago. So apparently the guy's been talking to you for a couple of hours, and you're still at this stage after a couple of hours. That would say to me that you have no intention of listening to anything we're saying.
Yeah, ad hocs. I caught that too, Mark J. I was going to stop it, but I figured I wouldn't. But you caught on to it. Yeah, that's makes no sense. He's just pulling phrases and words out of his ass.
He litters a sentence with an insult as well. He's very practiced and very well paid, I would imagine, for what.
Paid? Oh, God. Is that you, Brian?
This guy is special.
I'm here, yeah. Yeah, he's here. Yeah. Jeez. Shout out to Brian.
I'm literally reading one of the papers you sent, but this isn't going to be.
Read and talk at the same time.
Shut the fuck up. This isn't going to be a 30-minute read. Like, I'm going to need to go through this, so I'll go through it. I'll come back if I ever.
Do you speak to people like that on the street, or you run the risk of getting your head kicked in if you're on the street?
No, I treat Okay, so yeah, again, asking these rhetorical questions.
So just be respectful, like you said. Yeah, even though you don't respect us, you can be respectful in your speech. You don't need to fucking go off talking about the topic.
Timbo.
Hey, I haven't finished yet. So we're talking about the topic. You don't need to go off and start fucking speaking like an idiot. All right? Just stick to the topic, and that's it.
You literally inject an insult right in there and then say, oh, well, you can be respectful, you idiot.
All right, well, Jedi's back. Just listen to what he has to say before you leave and read your papers. Jedi's back. You can talk to him for a little bit.
I said like an idiot. Right?
Yeah.
Call you an idiot.
I didn't say an idiot. I said like an idiot.
Here we go with the grade school. There's a lot of grade school antics and tactics here. I know it's boring, but we got to muddle through this. So my apologies.
But it's a tell, though. Sure. They'll argue about if there's something that's not related to the nature of Earth. Yeah, they'll much sooner argue about that.
Yep.
Because they might stand a chance of winning that argument. You see.
There's no argument. It's a big fat nothing burger. Do 7 offsuit. If I'd have entered here, I'd have went all in and tore his ass up. It just feels like the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's different, isn't it? All right,
stop thinking like this. Can't read your paper.
I'm gonna go read this paper anyway, and I'll come back when I've fully absorbed it.
Thank you. Come again.
10 days.
Yeah, and for the record, I think the paper he's talking about is the Bremen drop tower test paper thing.
Bremen. That's it.
Is that where all the elements are in, they have it in a little case and they have it in a tower and they have it all labeled? Is that the one, Adam?
Yeah, the one that they all fall at different rates.
Yes. Yeah. That's an oldie.
Yeah.
There was an obscure Google search, YouTube search name for it, but I ended up finding it.
Oh, you too, yeah. It took me a minute, but I think Oliver and I were both scrambling for it. I got it, I posted it in the chat. if anyone wants to refresh on it.
Can I pause a second and ask?
You are not reliving.
I was gonna pause. I was gonna ask what kind of sandwich did you get, Adam?
Don't know, but I'm being good. So I knew there was a big gap. I told you there was a gap. I didn't remember it was because it was like clear the floor for Jedi.
That still didn't answer my question.
I don't know.
All right.
When was it? Was it Saturday night?
I got
Saturday night.
Was it Saturday night? I don't know. I can't remember.
But don't think about it. The fillings will come back to me, whatever it was.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what's the topic of discussion here? There's some paper involved. What is the problem here? Because there seems to be a lot of insults and BS from the bowler and just trying to rile up the flat earthers, but I'm not hearing any topic. Now, I missed a few minutes before this, so I don't know if there was if Adam discussed what the topic.
No, we're still clueless. You're at the same point everyone else is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just you're up. You're spiraling away in chat. Go ahead, take it away.
If they're not going to talk, I'm going to talk.
The mental gymnastics that some of the newcomers do.
Your mic's shit, man.
Oh, sorry.
That's how you should be.
You should talk, Jetty.
What's the argument for the Bremen drop tower anyway, though? Like, what are they arguing against it? Like,
all things fall at the same rate in the Bremen drop tower. Not everything falls at the same rate.
Yeah, but what's that? Like, and then what are they arguing after that?
Oh, because, gravity makes the world go round. And it's a ball and blah, blah, blah.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Oh.
How you doing?
Good, yourself?
I'm doing really great, and I'm here to debate.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
What do you want to debate about? Reality?
No, we're going to debate about flat Earth.
Why?
Yeah, that's reality.
Why?
Go ahead.
Flat Earther, then?
Go ahead, what? Like, opening statement?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, state your claim.
Go ahead.
Why are you debating flat Earth?
Go on.
It's great. We got a real debater in the room finally.
Debater. I'm a debater. I'm a fighter, not a quitter.
Go ahead, make your claim.
Yes.
Dude, call me tomorrow, not today.
He's a fire
claim. Okay, tomorrow. What's your claim?
Tomorrow. Call me tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You're the only one with an accent in here at the moment, mate. So.
Okay, but not today. Don't call me today. I'm busy.
Did he come in here broken, or did he have a claim?
I don't know. He said he came in for a debate and then
shut your bitch ass up. Shut your black ass up.
Damn.
All right, get the fuck out of here, moron.
I'll ban him.
You're no Giga Chad.
I'm a hyper Giga Chad. That's true. Not just Giga Chad.
Okay, now you're just showing us you're 15 years old. So fuck off.
Fuck you, kangaroos.
Yeah, I like them too. I love kangaroos.
Oh, fuck you, kangaroos, Dan.
You probably will.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's a great debater.
Always a degenerate, huh?
It's a really
That
well
was
put
like that
together
guy
argument he
last night.
presented.
Kept on talking about cock and balls. This guy wants to fuck kangaroos. Bunch of weirdos.
Hey, this is a family show. Jeez, oh man, politics.
Yes.
Oh, I see Adam coming.
I want to fuck kangaroos.
Yeah, that continue on.
That's quite telling, though, isn't it? That level.
Yeah, Nathan's banned permanently, and they just say whatever they want.
Yeah,
that's what I heard.
That was my summary.
Just out of curiosity,
there he is.
For any Australian, could you do it from behind? It's not like a sheep, is it?
Oh boy!
Would you
I don't know. That's a pretty,
no, this was an anatomical
it's a pretty
question.
big tail, man. Like,
that's what I'm thinking. It's getting in the way, isn't it?
I suggest consent.
You damn deviant, Flatsy! What the heck? Haven't you cleaned his act up yet?
I was thinking more along the lines of, does that mean that they fall in love, kangaroos? You know?
Oh boy!
Their arms are short at the front, so you can lift the tail up higher. It's fine.
On a more serious, I've been
I don't even know how they mate. Actually, I've never seen it before. So
you've never watched kangaroos?
I think the big male pins them down on the ground or something.
Yeah,
sounds rapey. Okay.
Yes.
Gotta catch up on your David Attenborough, bro.
I know.
Well, that's just he doesn't run away.
On a more serious note, Adam keeps on trying to get in. I'm sure it's not going to be serious.
Just how polite. Is this the level of?
We need a pompous Brit here to tell us about our own fauna, right?
Yeah, as always.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
No, Brit. I didn't. No Brit told you about it. I asked how kangaroos mate. You Aussies went, oh, I don't know, mate. I've never seen one of the little buggers doing it.
Yeah, we're not perverts, mate.
Yeah, I don't go watching the roos doing rooting.
Kangarooting.
Here we go.
Question, if I could.
Yeah.
Is this the level of rebuttal that is here? I've only, I don't join a lot. I heard a guy that wouldn't know what to do when he encountered a push-pull door because he'd say, well, push-pull is equivalent.
Oh, that was one of the better ones. He's probably like one of the top tier glowers that we've had.
He's researching that now.
Fantastic. The only other thing I could say is your level of patience is exemplary, gentlemen and ladies who didn't pipe up, but yeah, outstanding. It's
you got to like water off a duck's back in here, mate.
It's good to see you, though, Adam.
That's nice to be here. Bit of free time.
You should be here more often.
Do wander about and listen. See that? Pause. See that, Brian? That's popularity, that. Carry on.
This is so exciting.
It must get better. It's not.
It's good stuff.
I'm writing a book. right now.
I've been writing a book for fucking ages. It's always coming out according to QE. When's it coming out on Monday?
No.
I told them 4 to 5 months. He's lying, freaking Jetty.
No. Did they hear this?
Huh?
What about this? I give him a little snifter or two. Yeah, this is good advertising. We like this.
Yeah, it is. It's a tease.
There's going to be no printers when that comes out.
It's supposed to be out before my birthday. You've got 3 months.
We never put that time limit on it.
Flat by then, they'll be having it all over the. You'll be buying flat Earth T-shirts before that book comes out.
Yeah. It stopped being a reminiscence and became something that might be useful to you as a reference tool to quickly cite stuff. That's kind of why the effort's going in. You know what I mean? It's not
how to structure it.
Now, how to make sure every argument is nailed down. A little bit like when you listen to Jedi, yeah, where arguments are nailed down because somebody's got it, and there are a number of us that can do that off the cuff. Putting it into a book is really hard, honestly. But hopefully that's what it's there for. Because I keep saying to the guys, remember, we want the guy to read this chapter so he can recite it in the pub and destroy everybody. A bit like here. It's kind of listen to these. He's trying to get each topic that they'll try to put to you succinctly whilst keeping it a flat Earth book.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
are you trying to keep it in language that everyone understands? You know, even if they're not in the topic.
It's fine.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Not only that, but also have to educate people.
What the, hey, this dude needs to shut the hell up. What the hell is going on, old hoss?
People are excited. They're meeting the Adam Meakin. Yeah.
I know it's hard not to. But
I think it's hot.
How about you have one of your cheese sticks instead? Is that good?
I want a cheese steak.
Can someone reach him? I'm driving.
You stick? Who is it?
I think it's hot.
Oh, he's muted now.
Oh, God, he was hot, Mike.
Thanks, mate.
Mozzarella sticks are delicious.
Cheese sticks.
I'm going to go make fucking mozzarella sticks. And I didn't plan
There you go. Let's focus on cheese sticks now.
eating them tonight. Now I'm going to go make them.
Good.
Didn't plan on sharing them, sounds like.
Pause a second. This is why I don't go into politics. This is why I don't go into discourse. Because you end up trying to make conversation with each other because the ball lurkers come in and either just want to cause a ruckus or come in, make a claim, not listen to that, and then leave. What's the point? And half the time it's not being recorded.
He'll be back, and it's recorded all the time.
Yeah, who's listening?
Yeah, there is, like, with anywhere, duller moments. And you don't know all the guys over there really well, do you know what I mean? So chit-chat's a bit harder. But when they do get guys, it does, I'm sure there's a bit of debate in a minute.
No, I'm not saying there's not good people on Discord. It obviously is. You know, we have them here right now with us. Flatsy, QE. You know, I think Neil even goes over there sometimes. I'm not sure, but it's just Discord servers. They're like, it's the back alley. It's the back alley bar that most of the public never go into. And that's the problem.
Yeah, but a place is what you make of it. I went and had a really good time.
I went in and I said, I got two numbers I want to know about. The number 11 and the number 13. Now, who's going to put their names to the 11? They knew exactly what I was talking about. Called them a bunch of cowards. I said, unless you put your name on it, you're a freaking coward.
Well, thanks a lot for that. Let's continue.
But yeah, Adam, man, I think that making it in the reference format kind of gives it a timeless aspect to where, you know, it won't just be a kind of a fad thing, that it can be interesting 10 years from now kind of thing.
That's kind of what we're hoping for. It obviously it's Nathan's book, yeah? And the journey is his. What we're trying to do is kind of pad it with stuff that's citable, references that kind of proves the arguments that we've all encountered over these 10 years. Hence why, like, even though we don't know what the title of the book is from one week to the next, yeah, the kind of the core of it is those housekeeping questions. Not that those housekeeping questions are what proves flat Earth, which are the last chapters kind of address that, but it's kind of the journey we've been on, and the kind of crap that I've listened to tonight, the kind of nonsense, non-substantiable religious rhetoric that Ballers put at you. So he's kind of trying to deal with that, but then how to deal with it with citation. As opposed to, yeah, I'll tell you, well, every point that you try to make, we're trying to give citation as proper rebuttal.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Everything you claim you can back up right away.
Yeah.
Did you say pause?
Yeah. And I'm talking to you, QE here, not Flatsy. But the next, as a summary, yeah, because I'm out there, I didn't expect to talk on the book, but like I say, we have done so. Because it's hard to, like I say, it's Nathan's book. It really is. You know what I mean? But we're all putting a hell of a lot of work into it. What are we doing? I'm not trying to help him remember his reminiscence, are we? We're trying. So my question was that a nice summary?
Yeah, I suppose.
I think so.
I suppose it wasn't a complete summary. I mean, yes, things are cited, but that's not the point. The point is to go through and logically, scientifically, with citation, break down each and every argument so most people can understand it. Yeah, that's it. More or less.
That's what I kind of said. So the man in the pub, say it back and destroy the argument. That's kind of how I see it. I want my mates to be able to read it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, you could also be in this politics server. You could be Joe Coffey or Betty Breadmaker and have the book beside you. And as soon as some idiot Baltard comes in with their mindlessly parroted rhetoric, flip right to that part in the book, right? And just deal them an ass whooping. That's what I have in my mind. You follow?
Yeah, well, you see, now by my recollection, that happened.
Outstanding.
I hope it does. Yeah.
Or everything with the counterclaim, I suppose. Yeah.
It's kind of like the additional information section in the 24/7 server. Like we were talking about gravity earlier, right? There's plenty of citations in there that show that gravity isn't a force. So there's about, I don't know, maybe 5, 6, 7 citations. I can imagine that's kind of going to be the type of thing that's going to be in the book. Going to talk about this. Well, these are what the experts say, this, that, and the other from this university or from this lecturer says this point, saying that this isn't actually the case or something like that.
And just in case everyone didn't know, you can go to QE's website and grab anything you need from there as well. And it's easy to learn and easy to grab the citations and the argument as well. In case anyone didn't know.
You want a sneaky bit? This is what we did the other night. I'll give you.
Yeah, I want a sneaky bit.
And this is the point. Within these 2 paragraphs, there are 2 citations. And so the king and queen of natural science are experiment and hypothesis.
You're giving out secrets.
They're giving a very short snap, and it's amazing how pertinent. I remember now. Yeah.
You like how Timbo shouted out your website, right?
Yeah, he was incorrect on it for the most part because it's not comprehensive. It's just focused on particular topics. You can't just go there and get anything you want. I don't really think anything on gravity's in there, but I recognized his point. I knew where he was going with it. Go ahead, Adam.
I thought that was really nice. I don't know. I think the gravity point was what they were saying on their server. They've got a bit.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. They've got everything that I've given them. Yeah, that's more important. That's what he should have stated. He should say, go back to the mother server, and down in the bottom down there, they have all the topics, and all that stuff is in there. So that's what he's talking about. Anything else, Adam?
No, I think we're going to... I'm not giving away any secrets. I think I shared that in Master B last night when it's being put together. I sarcastically said, introduce the Queen. I think it's fantastic. That's why I use that bit. I think I'd not heard that before, this citation, before you'd introduced it.
Which one?
King and the Queen.
Oh, I just made that up.
It's epic.
But it's a really nice. I like it.
Sure. It's the royal family.
To dismantle the globe narrative, we must first bow to the king of the scientific method, experiment. Yale physicist Ramanutri Shankar puts it bluntly. And this is citation 1 from Chair Professor of Physics of Yale on the wave theory of light, the 22-second mark, web link to the YouTube video. The only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. Experiment is the ultimate arbiter of truth in natural science, the crucible where hypotheses are tested and either forged into knowledge or shattered into dust. Citation from Lieu's Computational Chemistry, Introduction to the Theory of Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, 3rd edition, 2016. The final arbiter of truth is science, in science is experiment. The experiments don't spring from the void. They demand the queen of the scientific method, the scientific hypothesis. Precise prediction about how an independent variable, the cause, affects a dependent variable, the effect. Caltech physicist Sean Carroll argues, hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in potential outmoded visions of science. They are the whole point.
Fucking point.
Did you
see most of these? They know because they've heard these over and over and over and over and over again from me, right? So they know all of them. Well, like T-Dub, the old guys, Flatsy, if Flatsy was in there, Jetty, they all know them. In fact, they probably have them in the hopper, waiting for somebody to come in and talk shit. So,
Oh, no. Are you leaking the book right now?
Yeah, a little
That's
bit.
where he went. Yeah, that's where he went. I really like that bit. The fucking point. Yeah? Resonating with him. That's why that was picked. Because
I think it's good because you're going to get them thirsty for it. Well done.
Yeah, it's good. I like what he's doing here.
Did you guys read that link for the study you posted?
Well, here we go.
Oh, he's back. So he's going to interrupt Adam's little spill right here, but that's okay.
Yeah, we've gone. This is why it's taking so long. Yeah.
Did you read it?
All of it from top to bottom, or use it as a citation.
He's talking about the paper he's gone and read. He thinks he's that important he can just jump into a conversation and thinks everybody knows what he's talking about.
Oh, sorry, we weren't talking about the thing we weren't talking about. We were talking about. I forget
the Bremen
the
drop tower. Yeah, that's a Bremen drop tower. That's what his paper is looking at.
The paper you gave me, Zaz's drop experiment, a potential support for the weak equivalence principle. Right, the abstract, it doesn't even say abstract, but I'm not sure. The paper seems more like a criticism. This article reviews a free-fall experiment performed by Dr. Julia Imre Zaza in 2004 using the SARM drop tower in Bremen, Germany. Dr. Zaza has always tenaciously maintained that the results of the experiment provide evidence of the groundlessness of the weak equivalence principle. This article presents an analysis of the available data which shows that, contrary to what Dr. Zaza claims, the experiment he performed is actually one that supports the weak equivalence principle.
Okay, how?
This is the paper you provided.
Hey, how? How does it support it?
Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the link?
No. How? Okay.
No, he wants you to tell him how he supported it. You friggin' glue sniffer. My God, these people stupid. You globetards are abject morons.
Again, I'll defend the panel, though. How quick was that? That was spot on.
Yeah, it was quick. Yep.
Okay, so you're going off reading the summary.
Now they got projectile diarrhea, vomit of the mouth. They all have this disease. The anti-flat earther fucktards. They all got it. You will not get a word in edgewise. I'm telling you. They will just diarrhea all over the panel. They're like the pigeons on the chessboard.
Yeah, because what's after happening there now is that he's after pointing out that there's supposedly something to do with this paper that doesn't support whatever claim he's going to try and strawman him with. And that's the only win he knows he's going to get.
Yeah.
So now he's got to stop proceedings right now.
Yeah, we'll see. He's arguing. He's arguing an idiot point. This guy just got the paper. He's reading the preface of the paper, and he's trying to challenge the people that gave him the paper in the hangout on little quibbling idiot shit. That's all. This is just This is just a Nancy appeal. That's all they got. That's all you got.
That's the point, though.
Yeah, that's all you got. All they got, when it all boils down to, when you get rid of all this mindless nothing burgers, is images from NASA. That's all they have. That's all. That's it. All this is just mindless background noise that they're trying to hide. Yeah, it's your asses, Oliver, dumbass.
Explain it to me like I'm five.
What?
What I heard there was a bullshitter coming in. What I heard him say, the thing I heard him say, right, was weak equivalence principle.
Yeah.
That's why I can tell he's bullshitting straight away. But he's dropped that early.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see where it goes.
Read a summary, right? That supports what you think, right? So how does that drop tower support what you think?
Right. So I'm just reading this.
I know that. But how does it support what you think? You can't just read. It's like reading the heading of an article and it says something, and then you read the article and it doesn't say anything about the heading of the article.
That's literally what you guys did. You send me something with criticism.
So how does it support what you believe? Go ahead.
How does it support what I believe?
Yes.
So the experiment inside I'm going through it. It says inside the aluminium capsule there is a plastic container which creates 7 vertical ducts, each of which sample of lithium, beryllium.
Oh my God, he's reading the friggin' paper. You didn't listen to the question that was asked to you, you glue sniffer. This is going to be This is going to be painful. Go ahead, Brian.
It was. Go
on, Adam. Well.
No, this is notable with this guy. He doesn't know shit.
Yep.
Yeah, but so what they do, look, you get presented a paper, they've never heard of it. Yeah, I never watched BALLBUSTERS 8 years ago when Bob was doing that droppity nonsense. And they're the first thing you heard, you put it into context. He's had to go away, read, come back. And this is my point. He thinks his rebuttal is to just read the paper at you.
Yeah,
the thing I gave you. Yeah. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point, Adam. They don't understand independent thought. So when he's asked the question, how does it rebut blah, 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 he hasn't got a clue. He doesn't know. And if he does have any idea, he's not able to verbalize it. They're all the same. So when you ask them for some independent thought, they can only copy and paste something to you or read out the very thing that you've given to them. They cannot just go and lay it out from themselves, from within themselves. They cannot go, it's because of this, X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. Because they don't, majority of them, as I said, just don't know. They don't know why someone is saying something. They just go, that person said that thing, so that means it's true. That's it. They can't even detail why it's true, because they don't know what it is that's being said. It's unbelievable that these people get to leave the house in the morning.
He's gone, Annie. He's gone for
Yes.
He thought that it's Brian. He's settled in.
And
he's going
Adam.
to give me 10 minutes. Yeah.
I thought there was something wrong with me Bluetooth. It was kind of going, have I lost signal? Is there something going on? Nah, he's just out there. He's out there hitting the road. He's on the pineapple train.
Exactly. And I just thought that's a great, succinct finish. It's obvious he's going to press play. Beautiful link, Brian, I thought, but no. No.
Yeah, we were in tandem, you know, and just ruined it because he decided to just leave.
I can't add anymore, and now I've got to. Yeah.
How come nobody picked up on when the guy decided to come in when you were going through that part of the book? Started getting to him a little bit, and all of a sudden, that's when he came back. I thought he went away to read the paper.
He wasn't even listening to Adam, I'd say. Go on.
Yeah. You see how rude he was? He just walked straight in, talked over you. Yeah. Well, just
because what you were saying was bothering him. That's the way they operate. Stop what's being said.
The problem, a lot of them, I'm not going to tower more with the same brush, but the majority of who I deal with and have dealt with on our opposing side is that they pre-assume that they have an importance above of what they have. They just pre-assume, he pre-assumed that he was important enough to just walk into the center of anyone else's conversation and just lay down something that he wanted to talk about because he pre-assumed that he was important. I don't know where they get this idea from that they're important beyond what they are, but they have it. They all seem to have this. I don't know where it comes from. You know,
in all fairness, with regards to the room, they are. It's just like with Nathan's. Yeah, when an idiot baller walks in and wants to run his mouth off and show everybody how actually dumb and ill-informed they are, you do have to, even when you're pimping a book, say, "Oh no, this is why we're here to expose this idiocy." So that they might actually grasp that, Brian, if you see what I mean. Not that they actually genuinely think, but they do realise that actually. This is our downtime, and they're being generous. Go and show what an idiot is, and let these boys have some fun. Which is what happened. And, you know,
I understand.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I mean,
oh, he's back.
Come on, he's
what
back.
was it?
He's back.
Cantaloupe.
Pineapple Express.
Kiwi, you're both screwed.
Aluminium lead is placed at the bottom respectively. Behind the container there is a graduated background which allows to detect, albeit roughly, the position relative to the capsule during the fall up to an elevation of 35 centimeters. Camera is equipped with a camera.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately,
your argument.
Brian,
the camera's equipped with a camera. The door has a door.
Right, so I'll just skip to that bit then, since you wanted me to read it like a bedtime story.
No one asked you to read it like a bedtime story, you glue sniffer. A particular question was asked to you. What does this paper have to do to support your horse shit? No one asked you to read it, you dumbass cracker. My God.
To a 3-year-old. Watching the video.
I'm just asking you how it supports your argument.
Yeah. Watching the video from
the... That's the second time he said it, but you don't... Oliver, he's got a... How much glue do you sniff? True or false? You can't fucking listen. I don't know why they haven't stopped. See, if I was in there, that shit would have never happened. He would have got 3 words out from the preface of the book. It would have been over.
You'd have already been banned for shouting dumbass cracker at him.
I can do that. Mute. I can do that here.
Laughing and giggling, right?
Once watching the video from the beginning, since the recording starts a few seconds before the release of the capsule, we realize the moment of release. This can be seen from a slight movement of the video camera with respect to the capsule, and is most likely due to the elastic return of the materials previously stressed by the tensions generated by the weight, which after release disappear. This phenomenon has been the subject of discussion and the reason for doubts on the validity of the conclusions reached by Zars, because it is believed that these deformations have exerted an impulse at the time of the release on some samples, in particular the lithium and lead ones, which has impressed them an initial velocity relative to the capsule upward directed that would explain their movement during the fall, to the detriment of Zars's explanation of the weak equivalence principle violation. As we see from the following paragraph, this phenomenon explains the...
Thank you. Now, of course, from the very start of this, I would have jumped on things different from this. Not different, but I would have jumped on certain things before any of this. But I have to point out, what this guy is trying to insert, without saying it, is a 9.81 meters per second drop rate, right? Now, he's using the term equivalence principle, which actually only refers to no drop rate. It refers to an upward rising error, right? There is no drop, right? But it doesn't matter. All that for the minute. What he's not understanding is, and unfortunately, a lot of flat earthers don't understand this. Even though when you explain it to them, they still don't get it. 9.81 meters per second squared is a calculation based off of the pre-assumption of all objects dropping at the same rate in the vacuum. But it is only an averaged. So it's like a double calculation, because if he wants to look at dropometry, right, gravimeters, right? If you want to look at gravimeters, they have a vacuum, and the same exact thing falls through that vacuum tube every single time. Yes, the rate at which it's measured and falling is different all the time. And why is it different? Right? Why is it different? Because of whatever. The point is that it is different every time, or it can be very different in whatever varies. The point is that even with gravimeters, they treat the 9.81 meters per second squared as an average, even though they're calibrated to that. So they're calibrated to an average that they have to work around. The point is that you'll never have a perfect vacuum, ever. Right, you cannot have a perfect.
Well, this guy doesn't know. This guy doesn't know what. This guy doesn't know what his argument is, Brian. You're giving it to him. He doesn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. Look, I understand what's in the paper, what he's after reading. That's just a bit of common sense, right? That could have gotten in the way of things, Grant. But there's also there isn't such a thing as a perfect vacuum. You can't have one.
Yeah, we know that, but
so
you got to understand something. You got to understand something here. The people in here, the mods, Jetty or somebody, gave him this paper in support of something I am unaware of. I don't know. We're just catching up to it. You're going off on the 9.81 meters per second squared. Rightfully so, but that's not his point. He's just reading this. He doesn't even know what he's reading.
No, but the underlying premise of him, right, that he is going to be trying to make, is that there is a 9.81 meters.
Well, let's see. Well, let's see about that. Well, we're just going to see about that.
We will, but Brian, I think, because he missed the start, is missing it. This isn't tear Oliver a new one. It's tear Meakin a new one, Brian. You got to wait and critique my rebuttal. Don't worry about this, Muppet.
Yeah.
If you want to have a go at you. If you want to have a go at me for not coming in going what you want about, fine.
Yeah, I got a problem with it already. Yes. Yeah, I do. You bet your ass I do. You better been eating a sandwich right about now.
I'm soaking it up right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're very different, aren't we? I'm soaking this shit up, right? I'm listening to him right now. I've heard the term weak equivalence principle twice now.
Yeah, but he's just reading that.
Yes, he is now. But I also heard in his initial rebuttal the term weak equivalence principle. So at this point, if you want to know what I'm doing, I'm checking out. I'm not as good as Brian and QE, ladies and gentlemen. I hate this topic. It's shit. It's nonsense. It's theoretical bullshit. It's just Narnia crap. Yeah, so I hate it. It's why I quit A-level physics when it started to get to this. Yeah, because it's just nonsense. I'd had enough of it, even at 18.
Not physics either.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. I took A-level physics. Yeah, right. So, so at this point, I've got to be honest. I'm checking. I'm using my lady friend. Yeah. To just to home in on my knowledge, just so I can try and grasp what he's actually going to make a point about. And
yeah, we don't know yet because he's just mindlessly reading this stupid paper.
If you were listening like I am, right, you'll know, because this is what I do. I look at weak equivalence principle.
Yeah.
Because I
know the very first thing I would have asked him is, the minute that was mentioned, is like, this is not this time, but before he left the last time, is could he define that?
Yeah.
Because if he can't define that, then he can't address the topic. He can't address the paper. He knows what it is.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't there then. No, I wasn't there then.
I know exactly you want.
I literally joined at the point where he's left to go and read the paper and then come back. That's what you've seen. But I joined at the point where he was effing and jeffing at people and couldn't figure out how to work a door. Because push and pull are the same.
All right, so we got you listening now. You're not interrupting, which is pissing me off. This should have been stopped a long time ago. So that's, you had +1 and +2. You're back to just +1. And it keeps going any longer. I'm going to take all of them away from you.
Ooh.
The relative movement of the lithium and lead samples, but not of the carbon one. A first qualitative description of the experiment highlights the following. Number 1. The samples that move are only 3, lithium, carbon, and lead. Number 2, immediately after release, the lithium and lead samples begin to move upwards. Sorry, that was number 2. Number 3, the carbon begins to show a slight movement tilting around frame 436, corresponding to the instant 1.16 seconds from launch. During the fall, the lithium sample also had a rotational motion and a slow drift to the left, which led it to impact against the wall of the duct. Shortly before the crash, the lithium and lead samples reached an elevation of about 9 centimeters, the carbon one just over 2. The free fall time...
sounds like a null result then, yeah? Would you agree with that?
Pause.
Is that in Discord?
Yeah, it's Lionel.
Fucking
now. You need to mute, or we'll have to mute you, dude.
Somebody should have stopped that beforehand and just muted him.
I thought it was the recording, to be fair. I didn't know if it was...
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Watsy, where you at?
I'm trying to get our dinner ready so that when my husband gets home from work, we can just head back home.
Son of a...
But the going through problems with the experiment.
Yeah, I know. So you go, okay, you don't need to keep reading. Would you call it a null result?
Remember, I'm a noob here, so I want that point back, because at this point, I'm thinking this is rules. I know you can't say the N-word, and I'm not familiar with the rest of it, right? So I'm kind of learning rules right now. So I'm thinking, well, if a dickhead's got to speak, a dickhead's got to be left to speak.
Oh, right.
Maybe. So I don't think I should lose that point just yet.
Oh, okay, I got you. You're co-counseling for your own damn self. Yeah, it's pretty weak, but okay.
I'm not sure. I didn't do the experiment. I can't. I can't call it.
Just listen. If they're discovering problems with it, then you'd throw that out, wouldn't you?
I don't. Yeah. This is the thing. I give people.
If you discovered problems with your experiment, would you throw it out or not?
If you know their problems, yes.
Yes or no answer, dude. Yes. Yes, you would. Okay, let's throw it out. Okay? So, because it's a silly argument. You're arguing that everything falls at the same rate in a vacuum. All right? And then someone will say, oh, okay, no, it doesn't. All right? So we've got no results so far. So what?
Flashbacks. I like to mitigate for myself again. Yeah, I am listening here because I said to Brian, I've joined in. I don't really know what the argument is. what is, yeah? So I'm now listening again as to what the precise bit is. So I can't jump in here because I actually don't know. This is useful info to me.
You know what it is? This is the problem they all have. They all as I say it again, a lot of flat earthers don't realise this, even if you say it to them. They all think that 9.81 meters per second squared was a measurement, right? They don't realise that it's an average calculation.
You just told us that 5 times 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but here I'm just pointing out what his exact argument is exactly what he said.
Yeah, you got lucky. Yeah, he didn't have an argument yet. He didn't have an argument yet. You're giving it to him, Brian. That's not his argument. Timbo just gave it his argument.
Yeah, but he said that earlier on. His claim was that.
No, he's reading the paper. Did he? I never heard him say that.
I'm pretty sure he referred to that guy's claim being that earlier.
Oliver. He never said that. I never heard him say that. No, he didn't say it.
Well, I thought Jimbo said that his argument earlier was that he was claiming that all things felt the same way.
Well, it could have been, but I didn't hear it from the spot that I started. It was never stated. So we don't know. But good on you. You anticipated it. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket surgeon to figure that out. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your average. You already explained to everyone that it's an average. We got it. You don't have to tell us again.
See, I want to indict Brian here.
All right.
And to mitigate for myself, I don't know the argument, yeah? Now, Brian, once he gets a sniff of what he thinks the argument is, he's in. Yeah, I'm not like that. I'm going to make sure I know what he's actually arguing about.
Yes, sure. And Timbo just gave him the argument. He thinks that's what his argument is, but Timbo doesn't know it for sure unless he gave it up to Timbo earlier, which is possible. But let's roll on. Let's see what he says. Oliver.
Does this make a difference to the Earth being a globe or the Earth being flat?
Right, my
don't have a result.
So we got lead, iron, aluminum, carbon, boron, beryllium, and lithium. Am I right, Adam?
You can see that better than me, but Healy-Babkanofny, yeah, it looks, yeah. Oh yeah, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, aluminium, iron, and
lead. I'm a badass still.
My problem was with people in here saying that the equivalence principle doesn't apply.
Equivalence principle doesn't apply. Was that the original argument?
No, but that's what he's just stated it is. That's his problem, that the weak equivalence principle doesn't apply. But now I know what he's saying, don't I?
Yeah, this is all. Maybe it'll all come out here. Hopefully.
Okay, so you're arguing.
I might pause in a second.
Because I was trying to get in there before you press play. Right? You can't have a weak equivalence principle or a strong one. It's not a force. Like this is more of this BS where they are mixing things together that don't mix together. This is just more.
You're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun with my response.
Go on.
Yeah, you're gonna have. Let's see how much fun we're gonna have.
With people and not information.
That was what was in dispute.
People are in dispute. What?
The arguments were in dispute. Why do you phrase things such a weird way? The arguments were in dispute.
Yes.
What arguments were in dispute, you clue sniffer? Which ones?
So does that make a claim to the shape of the Earth?
It debunks the claim that the weak equivalence principle didn't apply.
It doesn't. It just throw it out. You just throw it out.
Yes.
Oliver, at best, all it does is pose questions about it and critiques some of its legitimacy. It doesn't completely
Read the paper. They say this.
It's suggestive at best, dude.
Okay, do you want me to just skip to the conclusions bit because it's really short? On the basis of what has been examined so far, the following conclusions can be drawn, albeit provisional. Number one, and there's only 2 points on
provisional conclusions, huh? You don't know what provisional means. What a clown. My God.
On this. Number one, the experimental data
wasn't an experiment. Adam.
It says do not, but I'm going to correct that to does not. Provide evidence.
You were at +2, now you're down because you didn't say anything? You're down to 0.
So you can only hold the panel at this point. I may or may not be here.
Of different accelerations between capsule and samples.
Mighty convenient.
Number two, although the error of the calculated displacement compared to the experimental one is only 2.6 centimeters, which is very small in percentage terms compared to a fall of about 110 meters, we consider the error to be very significant because it indicates that the estimated values for the hemi-charge to mass ratios in our theory could be incorrect. In particular, the relationship between that of the neutron and of the hydrogen atom would need to be reviewed. Apart from these considerations, the question remains problematic and needs further study. Also, because the quoted values of the hemi-charge to mass ratios lead to good predictions of the G values measured in the experiments, there is evidently still a lot to think about. That's the conclusion.
Right. So it's suggestive that this thing might have some error in it. Great.
But you when you're talking like mass to charge ratios, this is beyond my level of physics. And I can guarantee I know more physics than you guys.
But he can guarantee it, huh? You're lucky your ass I didn't come in there. I'd have left you with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on your face in about 5 seconds. Fucking clown.
Can I just say that the conclusion on this paper, the thing that wasn't an experiment to begin with, that this guy doesn't even know.
Yeah.
The conclusion on this paper by some other person was that it's wrong because of this, this, and this. Now, the way to deal with that, this happened in 2004, the way to deal with that is for that person to go and do it correctly, is it not?
Yep.
And have they done that?
Oliver can't tie his shoes without friggin' slobber nurses.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, that's wrong. That's just wrong. That's all I'm hearing. No, that's wrong. That's not that I've anything invested in it.
Yeah.
The point is that this is the baller tactic all the time. Yeah. No, that's just wrong. And then leave it at that.
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
It's wrong. They don't. Yeah. It's like, demonstrate.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see what Adam says.
Oh, you think, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, good for you.
But I'm not at that level of like particle physics that I could start doing some critique of like mass to charge ratios. Yeah, I don't know that shit. So that's what I'm saying. When you guys bring,
I'd like you to define mass first.
Something, and suddenly we have to start deep delving into physics.
Deep delving.
Just
no,
pause a sec.
It's deep. It's deep diving, you idiot of a moron. Quickly, Brian.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier is that the person who wrote the paper, who's critiquing the drop demonstration, that person is just saying, oh, it's probably only because of this, this, and this, and it's all wrong. But that person, I have not seen any other version of this demonstration other than that demonstration.
Yep.
And I've been in this topic 10 years. Not once have I seen it. And that happened in 2004, which is 21 years ago. So, no, that's just wrong. And nobody actually goes and demonstrates to prove it. I mean, this is like, your man Oliver is a baller and a bonehead. But the guy who's saying those things in the paper is also equally a bonehead. Because he's not going to demonstrate how it's wrong or the correct one or anything. Just saying it's wrong. That's it.
Yep.
That's the whole point.
But can we just admit that maybe we might need a bit more backing in terms of our knowledge of theory to
knowledge of theory? Shut the fuck up.
Discuss what's going on with
properly discuss. You couldn't discuss a Cracker Jack box, you moron.
Light.
As long as you do for your beliefs, then yeah, we will.
Making claims about light on a flat Earth.
What? On that, I've been listening. I understand it's
closer to mine.
We're talking about.
Yeah, you close your mic, Adam.
So. Just as he didn't say that. I'm not sure. Closer to your mic. He was just doing a QE at me. The gent that's here that's raising this. But does this then have implications on ethical end times, G? If we were to accept a WESP, a WEP, a weak equivalence principle. If we accept that, if we're accepting that, does that not have knock-on effects if we apply that to local level Newtonian mechanics?
Not if it agrees with experiment. That's what you're always saying. If it agrees with
but none of that agrees with experiment. There's nothing experimental that can be used to demonstrate these principles.
Plus two. You got one. I got it. I just didn't stop it, but I made a mental note.
Principles, can they? Because these are principles to mitigate for a theory that isn't a real scientific theory. It's just
plus.
Is that one sentence or two sentences that I get?
You get an extra one for that one. That's a separate point. Yeah, +4.
It's an idea. These are principles that explain why we don't see the thing we should see, aren't they?
If it agrees with experiment,
he's gonna just face plant right into the old cement pond.
Sorry, I had to laugh.
Let's see if Adam has the stick-to-itiveness.
It's not just an idea.
So if we take weak equivalence principle and strong equivalence principle, the two aren't real, are they?
He didn't stick with it. That's so that's -1. That's +3.
I didn't bite. I'm still on.
Give him a chance.
I did not bite on whatever he tried to do. Put my insult in. When he tried to invoke, remember he
invoked the experiment again.
He tried. And I said, well, that would be fine. If there was an experiment, there isn't. Move on. And I've brought it back to WEP, which is what he said.
I know.
This is his point.
I know. I listened to it. And he brought back experiment again.
I've already dealt with experiment. I'm going to show him his arse.
You got to bring it. You got to take him down again, but you didn't. I'll leave it alone. +4.
For a reason why a theory doesn't work.
Then everything is apologetics because it's just people coming up with it to describe things.
Fine. I can move forward on that principle if we agree on that. But yes, so we agree that WEP and SEP are basically apologetics for a broken principle. Yeah.
No, it's not a broken principle. It works. It's not broken. It's not broken theory. It works.
A broken theory. It works.
It's not broken. It works if you let me introduce my principle.
Apologetics. So if we go to strong EP, then we're going into bending space-time, aren't we? But whatever it is, it requires apologetics because it doesn't quite work right. So if we read it from this way, we can say it's this. Or if we read it from this way, we can say, we have to bend it this way for this apologetics. That's the reality of what we're saying.
No, it's just what agrees with. It's what agrees with experiment.
Let me come back to your interruption. What we're not dealing with is experiment.
Oh, he came back, so I'm glad I didn't take it away.
Yeah. Are we? We're not there. And you brought that in, and I thank you for doing so. That is the whole point. So all of what we're discussing is conjecture at best. It's theoretical physics. Yeah, well, I may have indicted it, calling it apologetic,
conjecture,
and my apology for doing so. But it is fundamental.
He can't stop. Shut up, Oliver, dumbass.
I know I've got him now. He's triggered.
Yeah.
Very theoretical, isn't it, in its nature? But if we're going to talk about reality, you brought it up. What experiments have we got that can support these things? That's where we should move forward.
Yeah, but you're up to +6. I mean, this is pristine.
Yeah.
From here.
I'll grab my total faith in Adam.
Oh yeah, it's not over yet.
No. What definitions mean or don't mean in reality. What experiments have we got, dude?
Gravity, you've got loads of experiments.
Oh shit, this is weak. This is weak ass shit.
So what do you think? Add some more Semtex to that C4 for or something like that?
Here's a heavier hammer to hit that C4. Hey, Adam, this is some weak shit, man. He's giving you softballs. They're like big hanging watermelon-sized curveballs, dude.
That's for experiment. This guy's the slow burner. I remember now.
All right,
he's the guy we've got to start the clock on. He's in a bed.
All right.
Going to run off and say, I'll be back in half an hour. And I claim he broke the half hour. I don't know. So,
let's see.
I mean, the most
shut up.
Basic is the Cavendish experiment.
Brilliant. Take me.
Cavendish experiment. This is weak, This is.
What did I say?
This doesn't count.
What did I say? Brilliant.
Yeah. Brilliant.
I'm not giving you pluses for this shit. This is rudimentary. This is FED at like 40 level. You should be able to.
2017.
Yeah, it's 2017 level here, dude. But okay.
He threw it. What is the independent and the dependent variables in this experiment?
The dependent variable is the change in arc. In modern days, done with a laser, but back
change in arc.
In the days of Cavendish, it was done.
Pause. This is where I'll give you a bit of kudos. I'm now laughing my tits off. Right? I'm laughing my head. And all I'm saying is to keep calm.
Yeah.
Right? Just remember the pink writing, make him formulate it, and just let him hang himself. I don't need to tell him.
Nathan
anything.
didn't formulate shit. That's mine.
That's why I'm talking about you.
What do you mean he formulated?
Your pink writing.
Yeah, he didn't formulate that shit.
I never mentioned his name.
I thought you just said.
Yeah,
Nathan.
no one mentioned Nathan.
Oh, I thought I
was
heard
talking about you. No, I said I'll give you credit here. Yeah, when I'm listening to this, I'm saying, right, I know where I've got him now. Keep him to the pink writing. Just try and get him to formulate it. Might not happen, but just try and do that.
You're getting a -1 for kissing ass.
With
I was playing kudos. Right. There's a point where it's just me listening. Like I said, listening to I know where I'm going to take him. And there's a point where there's bits of the debate and certain things that are just very powerful tools. That's why the pink writing is exceptionally powerful. I've led him to IVDV.
Yep.
Let him hang himself.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That's why I did it.
The tension, like torsional displacement of like a string hanging on masses.
Holy shit!
Is that the independent or dependent?
Oh, that's word
that's the dependent. That's the thing you're measuring. The independent variable in the experiment would be, well, the masses you're controlling for and the distance between them.
The masses you're controlling for is the independent variable. What a dumbass douchebag. All right.
Yeah.
This is really pathetic, but let's see what Adam does.
You can have multiple independent variables when you set
Lone Ranger.
The final experiment.
You got this is where I think I might need a bit, because I'm laughing my titties off all night. I'm on mute and I'm laughing, so I might not be the sharpest. When he says that, yeah, go on.
This is worse than watermelon hanging sized curveballs jacking them yard for you. This better be epic.
Set up an experiment because you can be controlling for lots of things.
But he didn't ask you what control variables were, you dumbass cracker.
That wouldn't be science. No, they're called control variables. And yes, if you're going to set up an experiment, pause. Come on.
Yeah, I got you. +5.
If you're intelligent enough and you've developed your knowledge sufficiently to recognize that there are certain things that are going to skew your empiricism, and you identify them, you put the subtitle of them as control variables. Yeah, you're going to want to control them because they're going to interfere with the results of the thing that you're trying to show will affect a change. The thing you're going to manipulate to show a cause and effect relationship. So you are, if there are other things that you think, oh, well, this will change it as well. Well, you're going to want to keep them the same, aren't you? Obviously, yeah. That's science.
Well, it'd be the massive.
We're in agreement, dude.
Yeah, but again, the thing would be the masses. You're right. The control variable would be like the thing, kind of how you set it up, and it's things.
He's a fucking retard, man.
Yeah, but I've decided to have fun. Did you see there at the end? I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
I know. Yeah, you're egging him on. Let's see what happens. Now.
I wouldn't have been able to do that. Sorry.
No, me neither. He'd have been done with the dependent variable that Adam decided not to pounce on.
Yeah.
Then you don't have fun. You are not a cat, Brian. You might keep cats, right? He might love cats, but you're not a cat, are you?
Not playing with your food. Adam likes to play with his food. Pay attention.
No, I'm not attacking you, Adam. I'm just saying, I don't mean that. I'm not doing it like QE. I'm just saying that I'd have to ask them, could you define what a dependent variable
exactly.
is? That's, yeah.
Yeah, -1. Plus.
We all have our own methodology.
No, that's a definite -1.
Keeping the same. Basically, whereas
you're lost. So help me here. What's the observed phenomena? Because I know we've jumped ahead to controlling stuff, but what's the thing in nature that we've observed that we're going to now manipulate to see whether we can elucidate the same effect? So what's the thing we've observed again?
Yeah, you got it back.
I did, didn't I?
Yeah.
It's like a train, and it's swaying across on the tracks. You don't know if it's going to go off or not.
Got a couple more drinks, it will go off.
The thing you observe is that in terms of the better modern experiment.
No, in nature, glue sniffer.
It's the laser moving position.
In nature, what's the thing in nature that I'm going to test the cause and effect relationship of? What have I seen in?
Yeah, you get another plus.
Nature that I'm going to test scientifically.
It's the idea.
It's stuttering fool.
The hypothesis.
No, it's not a no, glue sniffer.
Is mass attracts mass.
Now, I do remember. No, I do remember a little bit of wee coming out at this point when I was laughing.
The 27.
1 second, don't press play. The word you were looking for, buddy, is apple. Apple. Falling from tree. Bonehead. My God, sorry, go on.
The Cavendish experiment is testing that principle.
Slow down. We've got to hypothesis, but What do we need? Right. Hypothesis is lovely, isn't it?
Also, you mix up independent and controlled variable.
Brother, we're on the same page. Chewy beans. Brilliant. We're at hypothesis. I think that's a little premature. Now, before hypothesis, surely we must observe something that we want to say, ooh, now, what's the cause of that? So what are we looking at that we're going to say, what's the cause of that? That we're going to formulate a hypothesis, the Queen, as I think I mentioned earlier, yeah, before taking it to the King experiment. So what have we seen that we're going to then formulate a hypothesis about?
Things falling, things orbiting.
So if things falling, brilliant. All things fall.
You can't say things orbiting. You've never seen that happening. It's only things falling.
I've never seen that happening.
No, you haven't. So let's just go with things falling.
It always just boils down to telling me like, my eyes are telling me a bunch of bollocks. My eyes are feeding me the globe Earth agenda.
When the hell have you seen an orbit?
To answer Adam's question.
Pause. There's a reason I ignore orbit, right? Look at the trigger.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a separate topic. Fuck off, mate. You're not getting me with that.
Yep.
Agree with you, Oliver, that I've seen things fall. Okay.
Is the moon falling?
Oh, that was his question. Do all things?
Right.
So no, it's not all things are falling. Things are also orbiting. And there's no...
The clouds are orbiting.
There's no point telling me...
What?
I just want to pay kudos to Jedi. Jedi understands the path I've got him on, yeah?
Yeah, but his mic didn't work. It didn't come all the way out.
I know, but I'm just saying kudos.
Are you telling me my eyes are what's seeing bullshit?
No, you don't need to say that.
You made the statement that all things fall, and I said, do all things fall? Now, you invoked orbits, a strange heliocentric non sequitur in this argument. I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to work through it so we can maybe, once we've got an observed natural phenomena, yeah, we can get to hypothesis. I'm not attacking you. Let's just work through it, Oliver. Yeah. So. What's the thing that I'm like a family counsellor. Oh no, I'm like a family counsellor. Come on, Oliver. Come on,
Oliver. You're doing a good job so far.
I want to know the cause of that. Are you Newton? And have you seen an apple fall from a tree? Is that what you want to investigate?
You've even admitted in this channel that Newton didn't base it on like an apple dropping on his head.
I didn't say that. I asked you. I tried to give you a weak analogy. It wasn't a gotcha.
It's the observation of orbits and things on our Earth. Just for some reason, I jump up in the sky and I don't just keep going at that velocity. I fall back down. There's something pulling me down or pushing. Whatever. Use your relative terms. I don't give a shit.
Perfect. So if I jump up, then I come back down. That's your observed natural phenomena.
Yeah.
What do you think the cause of you jumping up and coming back down is?
That was why the theory. Well, Newton just.
What a glue snipper. Oliver, you're a dumb fuck, man.
Gave it as like laws. Newton didn't know why it happens.
Then he'd had no experiment. Thanks.
Just said mass seems to attract mass.
You didn't get him on that, so -1.
That was
Did Newton state in his original Principia Mathematica that massa is attracted to massa? No, he did not.
In the Principia, no, he did not.
The totality of his explanation. And that's pretty simple.
Explanation? You just said it was a law. Laws are not explanations, they're descriptions, you glue-sniffing fungus muncher. He's in a category error. You're a dumbass. You're just making shit up. Like every other ball-tart idiot we run into. Pulling it out your ass like a wiki-parroting pretender clown. Everything you say is a clusterfuck.
Paul, mass seems to attract mass. It was
that's his supposition.
No.
It was Einstein that
Is that his conclusion or the supposition? Well, the reason this might be happening is because maybe mass attracts mass. Maybe.
That's what we're observing.
Yeah, so why don't you start in question? You've already said it. Cavendish, mass attracts. Why did you have to bloviate so much?
Okay, fine. Let's say we don't know if mass attracts mass, but we put forward the hypothesis, right? We think mass attracts mass, but let's prove it.
Pause a second.
What a doofus.
Sorry. There's so much, I'm after nearly having a short circuit listening to some of this. Did I hear a flat earther coming in there saying Newton said mass might attract mass?
Yeah, he did say that.
I don't ever remember anything from Newton where that was stated.
Nope.
Let's eliminate the chance of anything.
Can we, I'm going to give you something, but I was just jumping up and down on the ground. Now, you're saying to me that the reason I returned to the ground is not because there's nothing in between after I use my muscles and jump up in the air, but because mass attracts mass. And so the observed natural phenomena is me returning to the ground after I've jumped up from the ground, leaving the ground, and the cause is you're suggesting that we're going to put into hypothesis and then, fingers crossed, take to experiment, is because mass attracts mass. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Right. So the Cavendish experiment, and obviously I think we get far better results in the modern era.
I know that's like ultimate Anthony, isn't it? Sleepy Moray, giving him so much rope, but I'm surprised there was no objection to that.
What do you mean there's no objection to that?
Or even a point taken off for just letting
it was a point taken off because you said, please continue on. He hasn't identified what mass is yet.
I didn't say please. I said carry on.
Because we're far better at creating instruments.
Hold on a sec.
You get that that's a recognition that he's hanging himself. Carry on, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on, Brian.
Yeah, well, he didn't identify his dependent variable. You had to identify it for him. Sorry, go on, Kiwi.
Yeah, no, that's it. I was going to stop you right there. Okay, so at least you gave him the jumping up and down idiotness as the dependent variable. What's the next question?
Yeah. What's his independent variable?
Exactly. Yeah, I made a mental note of it. I didn't feel like stopping it.
Than Cavendish was in the 18th century or whenever it.
What's that? Your sister's ankles?
All right, Chalk.
Damn, they still up there? Damn. I keep telling her about that.
What's happening, Chocolate?
What's up, people? How you guys doing?
Good. We're giving Adam a treatment. He was in politics server. We're not catching you up, by the way. Okay?
That's fine.
All right.
I'll be all right.
Adam's dealing with it.
All you've got to do is be mean to me. Critique me. Don't worry. Oliver's so retarded. He's really not worth your effort.
Yeah.
Just be mean to me.
Yeah.
It was. But
yeah, I heard a little bit of it when he was, I don't know, trying to describe some sort of phenomenon that he saw or Newton saw or something. Sounded like good old crap. So.
Yeah. Yep. Back in retarded 2017.
Took the experiment.
No, dude.
Yes, sir.
If you're going to rubbish what you're going to say, cite an experiment that's better today that will make your case better, surely. I'm on your side, bro. Come on.
Yeah. And you've literally you've got videos of the Cavendish experiment online. You've quite a few people have replicated this experiment. Because it's such a famous one. Every result pops out the same value.
What a glue snipping idiot. I'll give you pops out. The only thing that's popping out is your flagrant ignorance, you dumbass cracker. My God, are you stupid?
That was just a blatant lie.
Say again.
Go on, Adam. I'll go after you.
That was me on the video, not that was Chewy
sorry.
pressing play. Yeah. So now,
I
whilst not there directly in Dr.
That's him
John Dee's
again. It's not me. Talking,
Sleeping
Brian.
Warrior, Dr. John Dee, and his other friend from the university did a lot of work on this, replicating as best we could with the ultimate shielding, stuff that hillbilly blue balls and the likes with their wooden stuff never did. So when you make the statement that everything gives the same results, would you stand by that? Or given that I could lead you to shove the stuff. So again, a little long-winded, but I am taking him somewhere. I remember this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're good.
It's like you're taking him on a picnic and a date because you're allowing him to be talking about something and calling it an experiment that I would not have allowed.
Yeah.
We wouldn't even be there.
Yeah. Me neither.
I'm sure I'll get there. I'm not really talking.
Adam is measured, and that's all I can remember.
You're not going to get it. Adam is measured and deliberate.
Measured and deliberate.
That would demonstrate that it doesn't.
If you can give me a source.
Yeah, Dr. John Dee website. Yeah, go there now. Watch the whole Cavendish replication attempts at much as you requested, at much higher levels.
Thanks, Jetty, for your back-feeding microphone. Causing audio chaos in this discussion is hard enough as it is. Wait till I see you again, by the way.
Of empiricism than that Cavendish with his two balls in a shed would have produced in the 1700s. Yes. So go there.
Wait, Dr. John Dee with a H.
A D with a D.
What? Dr. John Dee with an H.
They're just,
okay.
Listen. Just it's really stupid. He meant the John, John, instead of Jon. But Adam, that was really good. I still liked it.
No. John with a H or just Jon.
Are you fucking retard?
Let me see if I can just grab it for you, and I'll put it in the text. So you've got his website.
Adam, when was this?
A couple days ago. 4 days ago.
Saturday night.
Saturday night? All right.
It'll take me a minute, obviously. Right. I assume that's a moot point. You requesting some additional source, which will obviously destroy your point. But
by the way, well, there's an old historical figure, John Dee, but I don't think that's the guy you're talking about.
There's a friend of mine. When I pointed that out to him, I said, "Do you know who you're on about? You're talking about the famous scryer from Elizabethan days?" And he said, "No." I don't know why he didn't, but it's still funny that he does use it. But he's a fantastic empirical person that takes observation and puts it back at you ballers.
Why I don't
anyone in chat that could help me that could just quickly post
one thing I don't understand.
See how I didn't use the word science or scientist, even though
Yes.
Stand with this, even though obviously I'll investigate it, I'll look into it, like see what they have to show. I never try to ignore this counter evidence. But do you never find it like a bit kind of silly that you
Hold on a
dismiss
second,
every
please. Sorry, counter evidence. That's impossible.
He means his evidence, because their evidence is always counter evidence to their own point.
The statement is ridiculous. The statement is stupid.
Yep.
You can't have counter evidence. If you've got evidence, that's it.
Correct.
Right? It's proven.
Correct.
You can't have a counter evidence. That's him trying to insert how he might have an evidence against your counter evidence. No, there is no evidence. That's the point.
It's like saying counter proof. It's stupid.
Experiment done by the general scientific community.
Experiment done by the general scientific community. Oh my God.
Leads to one result. But then you find this one person. You find this one person.
This is the best thing, Oliver. Oliver, this is the best thing. So I'm a pharmacist, and I actually quit A-level physics at the end of the first year and replaced it with psychology. Now, part of the frustration was this kind of crap. That
old man ramble power.
GCSE physics. Get in there, Meakin.
Shut up.
Which I did very well at. And I did GCSE chemistry and A-level chemistry, stayed with that, and maths. When I did the physics, I got very frustrated. First of all, it went into electronics, but we did this pseudo-experiment. And it sticks with pseudo-experiment when I was 17. So the Cavendish, mate. So it's part of the A-level curriculum that for you to try and attempt to replicate this with, it's fast. So we're there in the lab, a young 17-year-old, the Adam Meakin. He's there he is, trying to do this, and no one's doing it. Everyone's getting pissed off. Now, before this lab, we've done the drop a ball experiment, dropping ball bearings and timing them so you can work out the rate of gravity. And I remember saying to the teacher, this one's crap. I can't get anything, nothing. It's even going the wrong way. He says, yeah, don't worry about it, lad. Yeah, no one ever does this one. Right. I could then cite you to Nottingham University, where they will show you...
What?
They will show you... No,
is this just personal? Is this going the wrong? What do you mean a drop experiment?
That was you just trying to use a bullshit disclaimer that people haven't never done this. I've just tried to say to you, I actually, with regards to the Cavendish, have done this at A-level. Okay, been there, seen it, done it. See, I'm holding to him account whether it's boring or not. Yeah, I pulled him back. He tried to say no. Yeah, well, I've done it. Been there. I've got mates that have done it.
Yep.
Shout out Tony. Yeah, it was part of that.
Yes, sir.
You know who hasn't done it?
Teacher.
Yeah, you know who hasn't done it? You're right. Oliver. Dumbass. Glue sniffing cracker.
And like the rest of the class, this thing doesn't work. It's not a cause. It's not an experiment. Yeah, it's a parlor trick that sometimes may give you the result you're looking for, but 99 times out of 100 it doesn't, which is contrary to where this conversation started. You claiming that at every point it yields the same results. Do you remember your claim at the beginning of this bit?
Yes.
Literally. So do you now think that your claim is true or false?
Yes.
Yes, it's false.
Yes. What a fucking dumbass.
Oliver.
Yes, it's false, or yes, it's true?
It's true.
Adam. Dude.
Hello, Oliver, dumbass. Glue sniffing ball tard. Cat got your tongue. Idiot.
Dude, what?
Yes, it's false. How could it be true if you were just complaining about finding examples?
No.
Why can't everyone show up?
Yeah, it's the difficult part about it.
Yes, it's false. It's fine. So, yes, it's false. Right, brilliant. So we're now at the point that this experiment doesn't yield the same results each time. Let's carry on with you citing it for validation of mass attracting mass.
you what? So,
clown.
So you're claiming we did it in how? Okay. How did you do it?
How did we do it? How did you do it? But outstanding rebuttal, you fuckwit.
How did you do it?
I'm not claiming anything. You came here and you said, haven't disproved mass attracts mass. And by making that statement, you then said that all results of this experiment yield the same results. I then gave you personal testimony, and I can show you lots of things where it doesn't. Okay.
Adam,
so
how
did you?
To
the point where I think you've accepted that this experiment doesn't yield the same results each time, and you're going to now conclude as to why you're using it as a citation for why mass attracts mass. Am I wrong here? Or am I? Is it me that's not keeping up with the debate?
Adam, what did you do? How did you set up the experiment in high school?
I know it.
Right, dude. Do you need a third recap?
Thank you. Earlier on, he stated, while Adam was in the room, I know more about physics than anyone else in here. No one should forget that. Really. You're really thorough with it. Thank you.
On the conversation, as opposed to you allowing me to take you back to 1990-ish, right, at High Pavement College in Bestwood, Nottingham, whilst they're talking about the lab experiment, yeah? What are you on about? Right, I said, prior to that, that was my personal statement on actually having been asked to do it in A-level physics. Now, prior to that, I cited Dr. John Dee's stuff, which is actual university grade replication of this stuff, which doesn't give you the same results as you say you get every time you do this experiment. So I'm bringing you back to the point because you've got a bit of Alzheimer's, and I'm working with that because I do deal with the elderly and handicapped. So
you're not even describing. You've given no description of how you did this experiment, but you seemingly have vivid memories.
You see where you've got lost? You've got lost in me doing it when I was 17 years old, as opposed to the point.
How did you do it? How did you do it? Describe the setup. How did you do it?
Moderators,
describe the setup.
Finish the point, and will one of you? I've done this 3 or 4 times.
You're refusing to answer.
What a clown. Moderators, can we take a pause?
It's fine to deflect.
This is getting very silly.
It's fine. You tried to deflect 3 or 4 times, Oliver.
We couldn't tell by your open mic, Jetty. You're gonna get your ass ripped up this evening if I see you.
It's not going to regale you what the experiment is. I will in a minute when I regale my story at A-level.
Yeah, what that fucking trash mic of yours that I told you to replace, and do it now.
But Adam,
what?
Huey, these people have money for tweeds, but not money for mics.
Yep. Let's see if he's in there right now.
Don't you be picking on Jedi. It was the reason I'm here is because of Jedi.
You don't tell me
picking on him, is he?
Shut up, you.
When he offers the same critique,
then
he holds at me.
No.
Is that picking on him? No,
not in there.
Wait. Jedi's responsible for Neil. Ban him.
It's a good point, Chocolate, isn't it?
Yep.
While Woodsy was yelling in the background.
In all fairness, that is the N-word that nobody likes. So I assume we can conclude from that the non-experiment, which doesn't reveal the same results, i.e. Cavendish, doesn't demonstrate that mass attracts mass.
I called it in chat that you didn't set up the experiment right. That's what his question was going to be. That's the next question every single time. Well, how did you set it up? Oh, I see. So if you set it up right, it works. If it doesn't work, you didn't set it up right.
It's the same old thing. I remember being 17-year-olds in the chemistry lab next door, and we put the kettle on, right, and we left it on, and the heater was working. That water never boiled in that experiment. It never worked. Never worked.
Thanks for getting rid of him. Is there anybody else here? Do we have any newcomers or anything that would like to speak, ask a question, make a claim?
Pause a second, please. Thank you, Kiwi. Adam, is there any response from this guy? Did he just leave, or what's after happening? Do you remember?
I don't think he leave. No, I'm pretty sure he doesn't leave yet. He's going to go away and come back and tell us what the Cavendish. I've not done yet. I don't know what that was about. That was a bit weird. You know what I mean? Disconnected.
You're saying, Matt? Are you making the argument that mass attracts mass? Is that the? Okay. I was going to say, I don't know. It's like bent space-time, in my opinion, which is obviously the same thing.
Which is obviously the same thing. Another glue-sniffing dumbass, idiot baltard that doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. Why God?
Sorry, hold on. It's obviously the same thing. Mass attraction.
Exactly. So it's stupid to say that. I agree.
Drop me. No worries. You said that with the same.
Can I just
I can't because Jedi's mic is pissing me off so bad that I can't wait to tear into his ass. I'm just gonna fucking go off on him.
Before you go on, I'd just like to thank Mr. Nathan Oakley. How good I sound on there.
Yeah, it's not that much better.
Oh, you sound great, Adam.
It's not that much better.
That's the mic Nathan gave me in the little deck. He's brilliant.
It's not that much better. I wouldn't be toting that around.
Get on, press play.
just curious. Do majority of the people in here believe the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief. It's an understanding of how the Earth is measured.
Gotcha.
It's like I don't believe I'm 6 foot tall. I measure the empirical truth that I'm 6 foot tall.
Belief or an understanding.
No.
Right. Or, I don't need to believe in weather.
I mean, even our greatest theories are just theories usually. You know what I mean? Just
another dumbass.
That's cute.
Yeah, but real cute. Yeah. Mr. friggin' dumbass, wiki parroting pretender clown has an education, a science acumen just below 3rd grade. Fucking clown.
It's like a belief based on
hold a second.
It's not.
Yeah, the main problem that happens, right, and this is why they don't like feeding. The main problem that happens, and I'm listening to it happening here. Now, maybe they allow this to happen on politics server so they can keep a conversation going. But the very first word comes out of someone's mouth, whether it be theory or a claim about whether gravity is, say the word gravity, anything. It's define that, please.
Oh,
that's the first thing. That's what has to happen.
That's why I'm in there, Brian.
Yeah. Oh no. You know what it's like.
Just happened?
Do you remember the Clint Eastwood movie with the bikers in it? Remember the comedy? He had the orangutan with any which way but loose. And he had the head biker, and he had all the bikers behind him.
Yep.
But the bikers behind him were boneheads. And the head biker was always rolling his eyes to the sky and going, why have you stuck me with this, oh Lord? This kind of stuff. It's like,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's like sometimes. It's like, my God, you know what I mean?
Thanks.
That's what's happened here, Brian. Here comes the idiot biker rolling. What's just happened? He's just been shown his arse, right? Somebody's come in with more trigger points, totally disconnected.
No, Adam, the purpose of this guy coming in, just 1 second, QE. The purpose of this guy coming in, and I'd be jumping straight onto this if it was on FED, is this guy is the misdirection, right? He's Mr. Misdirection away from the other guy. He's the new baller for everyone to focus on, for the other guy to disappear into the background, because the other guy's up there. So the other guy doesn't have to ever concede to anything, or, do you know what I mean? He's just gone. And that's what the purpose of this guy is.
He's the baller that thinks he's going to sound. He's the baller that thinks he's going to sound better than the other baller.
Mm-hmm.
So he stepped up to the plate.
What's weird is this is supposed to be a discussion. That's what's been going off, and then this disconnect suddenly happens. He comes in. He's clearly not been listening. But once again, like the other guy when he came in when I was talking about the book, he just came in with his point.
Yep.
Here I am.
But they do a tag team thing, Adam. They tag each other in. Like one of them steps out, the other one steps in, and they try to pretend nothing happened. They do it even on comment sections on YouTube. They're constantly at it. Once they're caught on something, they're trying to tag someone else in. Do you know what I mean? They're in a bad situation. They don't want to stay in the situation. And that's what the whole purpose of this guy is to misdirect everyone onto him and away from the other guy who's after failing. That's why I hope the other guy has to come back.
There's certain things that are laws like gravity, but most things.
So now gravity's a law now. What a clown.
Things that we currently believe quote in science are just like theories.
Those Newton's laws of gravity.
What did you say?
Those Newton's laws of gravity that you're talking about.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
When they superseded and kind of replaced in 1915, though.
Correct, by the theory of relativity.
So no longer laws. Were never laws in the first place?
I guess that's one way you could look at it.
And there wasn't a theory in 1915 either.
Yeah, right.
You're right. They were the same thing. They were nothing.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, definitely not the same thing.
Well, nothing else? No, definitely not the same thing. You just got your ass handed to you. Ass clown, bite me. What you got to say to that? No,
wow.
Let's see what he says.
Theories, not a force. We're always going to override it eventually. More than.
Oh, you're always going to overwrite theories. You don't know what a scientific theory is. Bite me. You freaking. These glue sniffers, man. It's. Oh, boy.
Unlikely. Or should say, historically, we're going to override it. Anything
Shut up.
We believe at some point. So.
Well, I guess if we had an experiment, demonstrate any type of idea about the experiment.
Great mic, Jetty.
Be the demonstration of empirical truth, right?
Can't argue with that.
Depends on how many decimal points you can calculate to.
How many decimal points you can calculate to in a scientific theory? It's got to be one of the stupidest contradictions I've ever fucking heard.
Oh,
yeah. What an ass clown.
Empirical truth is a weird thing in that way, in science.
Well, if I can demonstrate this to cause that, then this causes that, right?
Well, what about your calculator?
Can I just say, the ballers love to throw in extra words, like power words, with a word that's already there to try and make it more. He came in with empirical truths. There's no such thing. You know what I mean? Something, if it's true, it's true. It's just, by implication, it's, you know what I mean? How can it be empirical truths? Something either is true or it's not true. Right? They love to throw in these extra words, these power words, before something. You know, as if it makes their point stronger. It doesn't. It shows anyone who understands the situation that you've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And you're pretending to have something.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, yeah, you're a pretender clown. Yep.
If it seems that way,
Cool.
Like causality, is that what you're saying? Like,
yeah, causality. Yeah, what causes the phenomena to happen? That's what we're trying to answer with these gravitational, quote-unquote, theories that we've got.
Agree.
Yeah.
But the point I was making was that even though you can maybe say that this is one thing is caused by another, like you're still calculating that to a certain decimal.
We're calculating causation.
I think I'm getting more and more triggered.
Can I just ask for that phenomenon that they are claiming has something to do with this gravity? I don't know what it is. What phenomenon? Is it the phenomenon of all things going down?
It's 5.67895 to the 10th decimal place.
Phenomena of decimal places.
Yeah, phenomena decimal places. Yeah, the other one.
Point, like with everything, right? It's never entirely accurate. That would be impossible.
It's never entirely accurate. Heat never causes water to boil. It's never entirely accurate. Fucking idiot.
Well, not accurately, it doesn't.
Yeah, not accurately.
Possible, or thought to be impossible right now.
Science isn't quantitative; it's qualitative.
Oh, that was a big step for you.
I hate those. You know, pause.
Chocolate's not a big fan of them either. By the way,
it's like red lorry, yellow lorry, isn't it? Qualitative and quantitative. I hate it. And to start an interruption with that is just awful.
It's qualitative and quantitative.
See?
You got too many friggin'. You got too many T's. You're all about T. Yeah. Too funny.
Synthesizations and
yeah. Shout out to Chocolate too. Is he still here? He got a problem with qualitative.
That lack of respectfully, yeah.
Yes, I'm still here. Qualitative.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. Here we go.
Causes water to boil. The numbers.
Oh shit! Adam uses the same example I just did. That is so classic. Let's hear this.
You're giving me flashbacks because you're interrupting when at the same trigger point that's happening in my head, right? Well, I can't do that. I've got to wait. Got to breathe.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, fair enough.
And you're demonstrating that lack of respectfully, yeah. Heat causes water to boil. The numbers to however many decimals that you invoked is kind of irrelevant to the cause and effect relationship. The qualitative aspect of it is, what we're focusing on, not the quantity. Does that make sense?
Sounds like a no from that gentleman.
Probably thinks you're talking to me.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey, bite me. Come on now. Wiki parroting pretender clown. You just got your ass tore up. And I would have let you know it, too. Not being nice like Adam.
Silence is nice.
I would have gave him silence after I ripped his ass to pieces.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he better have left.
Oh.
Yep. Oh no, come back.
Okay.
How rude of you, Adam.
I don't want to be funny, but is that 2 for 0 tonight, gentlemen?
Yeah.
You know what? I guess what really pisses me off the most, Jedi, is every time I join here, this is probably about the 6th time.
Yeah, so I thought that's right. who he did just run off. So that's why the other guys put stuff in, because he does just drop. As I'm taking him through Cavendish, he drops. So he's going to come back again in a bit for the challenge. He's dropped once, that's 1-0. Got one to quit. And that's 2-0 now.
Thanks.
2 ballers down.
I joined at the very end.
Let's just go over that slowly. I want to hear your 2-0. How long have we been going? 2-0.
This would have been. I do this every single night. I have like 15 to 20 of them within like 5 minutes.
It's all right. We can do you next. I'm just saying. No. What's the time log?
And it's like I scorched the earth with them.
2-0. Within the hour.
Yeah, you're a bit slow.
Content. It really pisses me off. I gotta get my timing right here.
Hey, lucky we're live on YouTube, so you can watch it back.
You know what? Thank you for the reminder. I will certainly do that. Yeah. Okay. Good. I always forget about that one.
All right, where's the action?
The last hour and a half have been especially amusing.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Did you hear that? No. Let's have a J. Let's have a J on.
I skipped then. Too bad. I already skipped ahead. So
I'll just remind you, the last hour and a half have been particularly amusing.
Yes. Been taking you that long.
Hysterically laughed at the idea of toilets.
All right.
It's funny.
I see you coming.
What about things?
No. I know you want to move on. You gave quite a statement there.
Yes.
You just made the statement that hemispherical...
About Coriolis? Well, let me answer. You're not even going to answer.
No, you're spinning into circular reasoning.
Statement, so you can't...
You didn't even let me finish. You don't even know shit.
It's already circular.
It was
no, it's not. You didn't even hear me. I was 5 seconds in.
No, I asked you to pare back before you got onto the next topic in terms of what you just admitted with regards to meteorological knowledge. I just wanted to reaffirm that, if that's okay with you.
Are you talking in the background, Adam?
Yeah, I think you've missed quite a bit there. Because if I'm arguing with him like that...
Yeah, you're going way ahead there.
All right, hold on. I get it. Just say it once. We don't have to have a 45-minute conversation about it, so just relax.
So you're talking about your ass.
Oh, no, just pause. Me, you, and Brian.
My ass, would you
jump too much?
Shut up. Go back a little bit. I didn't see you. Okay, let's go right here. Let's see what happens.
No, you just said you let me answer. No.
I'm the one setting you straight. I'm not clarifying. I'm setting you straight. You're trying to clarify.
No, I'm answering your question. Can I answer? You just said I could answer your question, and then you're
but you're going to start talking out of your ass if you're going to tell me that tornadoes only.
Then if I talk out of my ass, then you can prove me wrong. But give me the decency to answer your question.
In one direction.
All right, let's hear his whole thing so we can hear it out.
And then pick it apart. Yes, but afford me the opportunity. So
there's no picking it apart. You're brainwashed. You're talking out of your ass.
Then if I'm talking out of my ass, would you at least hear my answer and then pick apart? That's how science works. You let me answer your question and then you pick it apart.
Go ahead.
Are you new to this, VC? Has this guy been around?
No, I've been listening to you for years, Brandon. I just...
It's Brendan, not Brandon.
The part is a little weird, bro. Yeah, for years. I've heard you for at least a year. Have I not?
There you go. That would be more real.
We've spoken before.
We have, and I've never had you actually straight up interrupt me and not allow me to answer a question. This is very
you're talking out of your ass. I've never had you go into hysterical laughter when I brought up Coriolis that you brought up. So go on, Brandon. You're back from commercial.
Thank you. So, in terms of tornado motion, I'll start there and we'll talk about rotation. Storm motion can either deviate to the right, known as right movers, or deviate to the left. Funny enough, you're laughing.
What does that have to do with Coriolis effect, you fucking idiot? I know this guy.
Is he about to relate tornadoes to Coriolis?
Yeah.
I would have laughed too, motherfucker.
Too. All right, so you can pick it apart in a second.
I got Xanic in my head chocolate right now.
Thanks. I already started playing. Thanks.
Well, you're getting a bit trigger happy. You want this done?
Yeah, I do.
Right, so there's motion, right? Now, in terms of rotation, yes. In the Northern Hemisphere, you can have both clockwise and even anticyclonic rotation.
That's a fact. What does that have to do with Coriolis effect?
But most commonly, Northern Hemisphere.
Huh?
But it won't. I've just remembered how I get him on these statements. Yeah, this is fun.
All right, well, keep it to yourself until you start.
It isn't in the slightest, right? But that's going to be how I do this. I'm sure that's how I do this guy on his statements.
Yeah, thanks. Let's just wait for it to come.
Hang on.
Oh, my God.
Adam, just so you know, if you start talking while the video is not paused, because you are measured and deliberate, your tone is exactly the same in the video as it is here. So we can't differentiate all the time whether it's some Adam in the video talking or you talking here. I just want to say, if you're looking to say something, you have to
say pause.
Hey, live Adam.
You have to say.
You know what? I'm going to have to start shouting, halt!
Yep. You can do that.
Halt!
Yep.
Halt. This will do. This
yes.
is good.
Thanks.
Hey. I'm still finishing. You'll have a chance. You can have both. However, in the Northern Hemisphere, what is more common is clockwise rotation.
Now we got Jenna and her open fucking mic. I'm going to tear these people up. I'm telling you. They don't do that shit when I'm in there. Because they know there's an ass ripping coming.
When are you doing it so I could come and
I do it every time I go in there. If I hear any backfeeding, anything, I don't even have to be talking. If I hear backfeeding while somebody else is having a discussion, I interrupt the discussion. Every single time.
Rotation relative to a mesocyclone. I am done. Now go ahead.
Yeah, who cares what's more common? It's more common for a storm to go west to east. Who cares what's more common?
Why even ask a fucking question if you didn't care?
Oh, Adam's trying to get in there.
You're the one pointing to Coriolis for why you're lost in an outer space religion.
Yes, and I was talking about tornadoes first. That's what you were bitching and complaining about.
Which apparently aren't bound by Coriolis, as you just clarified.
Well, if you'd like, I'd love to go into that, but
oh, that'd be your ass.
Again, you keep jumping down my throat. I actually answered half of your question.
Dude, stop. The sanctimonious bullshit. You're a weatherman. Relax.
Yeah, I've talked to this guy plenty of times. And I've straightened him out on Coriolis. So I don't know why he's face planting in the drained cement pond again.
Okay, meteorologist, but thanks. I'm not on TV either, by the way.
Now you're splitting hairs.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about Coriolis too, or do you want to pick apart the tornado thing? Because you said I was wrong on that.
It's bullshit. Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that the Earth is spinning?
No. How is it bullshit?
No, listen. If you're gonna talk about Coriolis, then we need evidence that the Earth is spinning in the first place. Otherwise, it's just a weatherman's wet dream.
Perfect. I'm happy to go into that, but you're saying I'm wrong on the first part of the question. You're not even following your own conversation. You're just blabbing. That's all you're doing. Droning on.
Now you're projecting, Brandon. Do you have any evidence? Dude, do you have any evidence the Earth is spinning for this Coriolis to mean anything?
Yes. Would you like me to answer?
Yeah. No circular reasoning, please.
Now let's go to Coriolis because you already lost some tornadoes. I'm not even going to waste my time on that. For Coriolis, right? When you take, let's think about this conceptually.
That was unnecessary, wasn't
it? Go on, Adam. I go after you.
Yeah, that was me on the video.
That was him talking.
Sorry. Yeah, this is nonsense. He already was asked already to, first of all, show proof that the Earth was rotating before he could claim anything concerning a Coriolis effect. And instead, he decided to go straight to Coriolis. He's supposed to be coming up with proof and evidence of the rotation of the Earth. That's what he's supposed to be coming up.
That is his evidence, Coriolis.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Coriolis is the evidence that is their only evidence. But they can't show Earth-based Coriolis. They can only assert it via the movement of the stars. You couldn't make it up.
Nope. Let's think about this conceptually.
That was unnecessary, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay. Let's think about this conceptually.
Okay.
Right? So you take a tropical system, right?
No,
take a tropical system.
No. I know you want to move on. You gave quite a statement there.
Yes.
You just made the statement that hemispherical...
About Coriolis? Well, let me answer. You're not even answer.
You're spinning into circular reasoning.
Statement, so you can't...
You didn't even let me finish. You don't even know shit.
It's already circular.
It was
no, it's not. You didn't even hear me. I was 5 seconds in.
No, I asked you to pare back before you got on to the next topic in terms of what you just admitted with regards to your meteorological knowledge. I just want to
pause a second.
That.
Yeah, this guy's not a meteorologist. I think that's statement now. He's not.
If that's okay with you.
He actually is. He actually is, by the way.
Has he shown proof of that evidence?
He didn't, but I've evaluated him. He's a meteorologist.
To reaffirm.
So are you halting me again?
Yeah, well, I'm just to address. No, I'm not asked whether he is or he isn't. He's made some statements.
I do. No kidding.
So what am I doing? Pulling him back to what he said. That's what I've done.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me what you've done. We're getting ready to listen to it. Shut up.
I was asking for a point. I justified before. Here's a point.
For my meteorological knowledge, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the one that you just disparaged. You just said that rotation of any cyclone or anticyclone is not dependent on the hemisphere from your perspective that it's in, because we have examples of both anticyclone and cyclone in the north and commensurate in the south. Do you agree?
That's not dependent on the hemisphere. It would the ambient environment is dependent on the overall hemisphere, like the atmosphere relative to where it is.
I didn't ask for mitigation. I said you cited that both have been observed in both hemispheres as you described them.
Oh, right? Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right. So there's no causation here. When we're talking about any spinning Earth, because you've exemplified that both have occurred, in contrary to the cause that you may want to imply later, that can't be the fact because you've just cited that both have been observed.
Very well done, Adam.
Contrary to any presupposed cause, because one's going one way, one's going the other. So that can't be the cause, because we've seen the contrary in both, as you would describe as hemispheres, haven't we? Just so we can move on the clarity of the point you made, not mine.
Yep, that's why he's shutting up. Very well.
Thank you, and good night.
Yeah, it was well done.
Got too hot in the kitchen for Brendan.
Did he leave?
He just run out. Is that 3-0? 3-0? 3-0, Jedi. Eat my goal.
That was checkmate.
That was very well done, Adam.
Yeah. I don't even know how he got to get that far to the point where Adam had to come off mute and point that out.
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been taken up by everybody on the FED panel. Yep. Everybody immediately.
Yep.
Even the ones that don't come off mute would know. They just laugh when they'd hear it because they know. You know what I mean?
Yep.
As I said, even Jedi's run. They halt the bloody video. And I was saying, Chop, right? The second that came up, all I had is you and Zanuck and those days, you see?
Yeah.
And you just wait. Well, you wait for them. Like I said, this was the best one. I like that one the best because I use science or science. Would you like to science it? So there is no cause and effect, yeah, in terms of rotate. Ran, mate. That I thought was best because that was the most succinct and quiet.
Yep.
And I've been quiet.
And
just only one.
And we had just gotten done with the Coriolis effect chapter. So he wasn't getting out of there alive.
No.
Well, I don't think we got done with it just yet because I haven't put the final nail in the coffin, but we are in it. Weren't we?
I wasn't. That didn't. All you needed to know there was cause and effect.
Sure.
Well, if the cause can make it spin both ways, then the
cause is nil.
The level of retardia, yeah.
Yep.
That's why I brought it in, and that's why I didn't want him to go on because he just bullshitted people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very well done. Like I said, how many times I got to say it? Very well done.
Is that a 1 or a 2 pointer? Guys,
you ain't getting 2 points for it.
Bullshitters, aren't they? Don't even know their own rhetoric. And then they even undo their own argument and then run when you put it back to him. I didn't even speak. I just put his own argument that he said. And he ran. Very telling.
Well, you've eaten all the hors d'oeuvres, man. We got nothing here. We're starving.
Come on. Bring me the steak, baby.
Yeah, that Brendan character's got a weird angle.
He's another flat earther. As soon as he gets
I think I might be getting cocky now.
away from his stardom, he'll join us.
What happened to Brandon? I stepped out for like 5 minutes.
I stepped in, Jedi. And he ran.
What is that, number 3? What the fuck?
3-0, baby. 3-0.
Not Brendan.
Yes.
Shit.
I've got witnesses.
Let's get some weather info out of him.
Fuck.
I just got him to admit that cyclone direction has got no relationship to any
Just to let you know, Adam, this guy up here, this Twonger guy, he's the idiot crayon muncher that said inertial forces only exist in non-inertial reference frames. Just want to let you know that. And called me a dumbass. Wow. And then said, "You dumbass," to me. No, he didn't say it. It was in chat because I put the argument to him, to everyone. I wrote it up. And that's what he said. And at the end, he said, "dumbass." That's all he had. He just said, "nuh-uh," with a paradox that he just instituted and called me a dumbass for it. Just want to let you know.
Presupposed Earth rotation.
Can I just say
testimony, mate?
What?
Oh, it's a sec. I just want to say to Adam that what's good about this, right? I know Adam is on trial here and everything. That seems to happen every week. But that's Adam's fault for trying to be the defense counsel for people he can't defend. So that one's on you, Adam. But what I will have to say here is, at no point can any of these three ballers say that Adam wouldn't allow him to speak, that they were muted by Adam, that Adam shouted at them, abused them, whatever rubbish they want to come up with when it comes to Nathan or you, QE. At no point they're going to say that. It's all there, clear. Adam accepted it and listened to everything they said. Adam rebutted it. There is no if, buts, or maybes.
Yes.
I just want to say that, I mean, that is a good thing.
I don't know about good.
His words, not mine.
That's because Adam is ace.
Shut up.
Like a little girl.
Oh dear.
You shut up.
I guess. Yeah, I might have to go back and listen to that then.
Oh, you should. I had him. That's why he ran.
He should have stuck with the shithouses. He would have been better off.
Come on, main course has got to be coming up. Who's next? Anybody?
When's the last one, Adam? Is it a little bit? Can I fast forward a bit?
Yeah, give it some. What's the equivalent of a J going forward? Is it a K or an L? I've got an L. I think L.
L's.
Like an L.
Yeah, but
QE.
What?
Don't get mad at me. I have to ask. What was the coup de grace for that argument right now? How did Adam destroy this guy? Because I took my headphones out for like 3 minutes and I missed.
Yeah, the gentleman.
Adam, you want to tell me?
I'll tell you. Shut the hell up. So, all
right, go. Thanks.
So Brendan, the meteorologist, in his dealings with everyone in here, Adam wasn't saying anything. And they were having a back and forth, and he mistakenly said that they observed tornadoes, cyclone, and anticyclone behavior in both hemispheres. That was clearly stated. So, and then he went on to, he continued on the topic and they were asking him about Coriolis effect and how he can demonstrate that the Coriolis effect has something to do with the Earth's rotation. But these guys didn't catch it. But Adam did, that there's no way after he made the statement about cyclonic and anticyclonic behavior of tornadoes in both hemispheres could ever conclude anything about the Coriolis effect and the Earth rotating. How about that? Good?
Got it.
Yep. It was
as soon as he said it doesn't matter what hemisphere, you already just decapitated yourself. Thanks.
Yeah, he's finished. Yep. He snatched his own wig off. In the parlance of our time.
Anybody in here?
But nobody noticed it.
Yeah, but Adam got him.
Have a discussion about the nature of reality. He's more like
shitty, as in you'd still use it for cooking or not?
The plunger's kind of like a clownfish in the anemone, or whatever they call them.
Twonger's a moron.
So yeah, it'd be a little.
Oh, there's Adam right there. So let me go back just a little bit.
I think he knows. Twonger, I believe, knows
ship too.
Oh.
Therefore, no.
Claim back in.
All right.
I went back and listened to that clip. Adam, you're exactly correct. His own claim back in. Just rudely left. Just bolted halfway through the conversation. That's fucking rude.
I could only assume because I pointed out he indicted himself in his claim. He could therefore no longer invoke any causal relationship to something that he just demonstrated there is no causal relationship to. Well,
exactly. Yeah. That must be the reason why he left.
Maybe he had a meteorological emergency.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. 3-0 to Adam then. It's going to be some kind of comeback. Like 10, 20, we'll be fine. Yeah.
Go forward.
Yeah.
Years of shit.
Yeah. Complete.
To a proper first.
Shut up, Adam.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly grab a beer because I think. Halt, see video. I'm going to grab a beer because I think we talk football for a minute here, me and Jedi.
All right, I'll catch up.
So give me a second because I just need a minute, if that's all right. Anyway,
go. Hurry up. I'll
Professional football.
You can't get into something. But Wrexham's the good example. Yeah, they've built stuff and they're building year on year. And they have a lot of money, like the Arabs.
Did you try to sound like Adam?
Old Superchat.
Superchat. Shit, I even forgot all about them.
Mike 808 sent one.
Thanks, Mike 808. You're the first one in like 2 shows. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And to make Man City the bag of shit wank team, pseudo pretend. How you perform on the pitch is based on who brings it. Dream. No.
Mostly American games, just America.
I'm skipping forward, folks. So it'll be a little bit chaotic until we get somewhere.
When we're talking about
America.
free to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can come back to the user.
Right, yeah, it's a short question. It's what incentive is there but for the scientific community and for governments worldwide to lie about the shape of the Earth? What do they gain from it?
You.
Me.
Yeah. You're carrying their water.
I'm carrying the water. What do you mean? Like, explain.
That was actually a good answer.
It seems that you'll just adopt it.
It was a really good answer, by the way, and I agree with you. Yeah, heretic's pretty sure.
Just a second. It was a good answer, except now you've accepted the paradigm he's given you. Any support this claim of his?
Yeah, but it still was a good answer. I liked it.
Any belief system that they give you.
No, I don't disagree with that.
Yep.
That seems handy.
That's a good answer, to be honest.
A question I could put back to you. Is it important in life to know why? I'm talking about dealing with somebody on the street. Is it important to know why somebody's lying to you, or just sufficient to recognise the fact that they are lying to you for you to move on from their lies?
Both are important, because I want to know why they're lying to me. You know, what do they gain from it?
Lovely, but start with the first point. Yeah, but to know why, to want to know why they're lying, you to be able to proceed at that point with any endeavour needs to have recognised one point or the other. A, that they're not lying, in which case you wouldn't engage in the endeavour, or B, that you do recognise they are lying to you. Now, then at this point, then your motivation changes, doesn't it? You want to know why they are duplicitous, lying shithouses. Yeah. Now, that may elucidate further knowledge, or it may not. Yeah, it may be a futile project. Is it not sufficient to recognise that they're liars?
Right, okay. Assume I was a flat earther and I accepted that the round earth was a lie. You know, my question still stands. What does the government gain from lying to everyone else?
What do you gain by knowing what the government gains?
I don't gain anything. It's curiosity.
For you to know, like on many levels, in many topics, that once again, your government is lying to you, and for you to move on.
I mean, that depends on every person. It's different. You know, maybe some people aren't that curious. I mean, I'm curious as to why they would be lying to me.
That's a very different question. So now you're getting into governmental politics, yeah? You're stepping outside of Earth, aren't you? Because you're not asking.
I'm sorry, Adam, for cutting in on you. I just feel like this is the time to say it. For all those people out there on the ball side who want to know why would they lie, right? People lie in the hope that you'll believe them. Actually, you could say from governmental types, they know you'll believe them. Or at least the majority of people will. And that's all they need to know.
Is there another problem? Is there another problem?
Go on, Q.
Isn't there another problem here? There's a fallacy. There's a logical fallacy being represented here.
Within what's going on with Adam here and this guy.
With deleted account, he's employing fallacious reasoning. What's the fallacy?
He's looking for motivation.
Appeal to motivation. -1 for Adam.
I was going to say that.
Hold up.
Hold up.
I don't need to throw allegations and go a smart ass fallacy revelation to him. I'm leading him. I'm trying to get him to the point that he realizes that for his life, he just needs to move forward. He doesn't need to know why the person stabbed him in the back or shot him. He just needs to know he's been shot or stabbed or lied to. Yeah? From that point on, you've got to move forward with your life, not spend the rest of your life trying to figure out why he's stabbed me or shot me or lied to me. irrelevant to the benefit of your life. Just know they're liars, and therefore moving forwards, whatever they say, it's not worth really dealing with on any cognizant level for your life. Yeah?
That's amazing. Thanks for letting us know.
That sounds like a really productive.
Yeah. Thanks for letting us know. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah. No. Thanks for letting us know. We appreciate that. We kind of gathered that from the beginning. Don't overtalk me.
Oh, I'm not having this. I'm not having this.
Yes, you are. That doesn't quench the fire of the logical fallacy employed, and you not identifying it.
That's what I'm saying. I can't allow this poisoning of the well fallacy that's going on in this room right now to continue. Okay, because like I said, I was trying to mitigate. You've had to skip forward so much. Was I talking? No. I've just started to deal with this muppet.
That ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna help you. You didn't identify the fallacious.
No, reason. This guy is a colossal wanker. He's coming back to me. Yeah.
Adam, the title of this show is The Treatment Adam Meakin. Now you're being treated here. Accept it.
I am. Peter. But luckily, I'm actually got the balls to attend, like Brian did, any appraisal. Yeah.
You're not attenuating this.
Attend the treatment. I should have said is what I meant to say if I misspoke. Yeah, but by
Adam's defense,
I'm given the right of rebuttal. Off you go, Flatsy.
In Adam's defense, instead of just calling out the fallacy, a lot of the times he likes to lead them through why it's fallacious by giving it step by step why it won't matter and that it's invalid reasoning.
Well, if he reaches that point and identifies it as fallacious reasoning, then he's what do they call that when you're
cleared of all charges?
Yes.
Acquitted.
That's what I was.
What matters? Do I get my point back? That I think is unfairly taken. Let's play.
Well, it should be more of a case of do you get an extra point as opposed to getting the one back that you lost. So you'll either lose the point or you'll get an extra one.
Let's see where it goes. I'm pretty sure he's not going to say shit about it. That's why he's putting up all this flack in front of us now to try to get us off our game, but it ain't going to work.
Why? Because it's one of many lies now, isn't it? So the question you're now asking is, why do government lie? Now, one of the lies you've identified is probably vaccines. One may be flat Earth. One may be this. All of them now sit into this separate topic, the header, why do government lie? A separate question that you can indict us on. Nothing to do with us as to why governments lie. They lie for many reasons. Now, irrespective of what they lie for, if I can demonstrate to you that they're lying about when they show you just a simple thing like this is a picture from space and this is the curvature you can see. And if I can show you that's a lie, well, that's sufficient for me to no longer hold their future testimony with any merit. Yeah?
Okay. Let's shift it from government to the scientific community. One with the scientific community lies to me.
Oh, this is going to be a target. This is going to be a target-rich environment.
I remember this bit.
I thought you were going to set us up, Adam, that you were actually going to get to the fallacy at the end. And I could just see you sitting back, smiling like a Cheshire cat. That's what I was thinking that whole time. We were right there in that little intermediary spot.
You try to rush things, I think.
No, I don't rush them. No, I just get to the kill. Now, I might have gone into I may have been nice to him because he seemed pretty, polite and stuff and not a pretender clown. So I would have probably been nice to him and probably gone into the Alice, Bob, and Victor spiel, right? And showed him, and then at the end showed him that it was fallacious. in a very stupid way. Yeah, that's what I would have probably done, but that's just different techniques. But I still would have identified the fallacy.
I would imagine, and I can't remember, that I'm coming in with stuff he's been chatting that we've sped through. I'm probably again wanting to hold him to shit he's already said, but I can't remember. So
okay,
let's.
Okay, yeah, let's go. Yep.
Who are they? Is that
like, okay.
They got a big centre where they all meet up. Or...
Right, you're going to go to the.
Let me take it back. That is so funny, Adam.
That was a good one.
Do you got their address or phone number that I can write to them? The scientific community.
One with the scientific community belongs to me.
Oh, we're gonna have to go back another. I'll go another J. Here we go.
Future testimony with any merit. Yeah.
Okay. Let's shift it from government to the scientific community. One with the scientific community belongs to me.
Who are they? Is that
scientific?
Like,
okay.
They got a big centre where they all meet up, or
right? You're going to go to the argument.
Like if you went.
What scientist? Which lie?
Sorry.
What scientist and which lie?
You know, I'm just talking in general. The scientific consensus is that there is a.
In general.
Scientific consensus.
Oh, yeah, the general consensus. Yeah, I mean, same thing.
Consensus.
It means the same thing.
Sorry to interrupt. I apologise. The scientific consensus.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I would like to point out I had a much funnier ramble that was going to continue past the point of people getting so excited.
Coming up?
No, at that point, I was in the middle.
I know you were.
You know what I mean? It was all coming.
Yeah.
Badges.
Yep. You got interrupted a bit there. Yeah, it happens. It doesn't happen to me anymore.
The point I want to make there with that is, do you recognise I'm using satire to make the same point of saying what? Yeah.
Yes.
And they all recognised it through my satire.
Yes.
Yeah? Not necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Is that a fucking point?
Sorry to interrupt. I apologise. The scientific consensus about the shape of an object, there couldn't be any such thing.
Yeah, I've trained Jetty well. We just need to get his mic squared away and it'd be all right. Yeah, you guys have heard that before, right? Yeah. Let's go back.
He's a little rebellious on the mic, huh?
Scientific consensus.
Oh, yeah, the general consensus. Yeah, I mean, same thing. It means the same thing.
Sorry to interrupt. I apologise. The scientific consensus.
Stop it!
Halt the goddamn video again! Right. At this point, I've realised, another opportunity for a book promotion.
Okay, just shut up.
About the shape of an object, there couldn't be any such thing.
So you're saying there's no consensus that there's a globe Earth among scientists?
Agreement. Okay. Do you know what?
One.
Yeah. Do you know what the scientific method is and what it shows?
Well, enlighten me. You know, all I know is there's a hypothesis, and then you test the hypothesis to get a theory.
Bingo. So hypothesis, a supposition into a cause and effect relationship, and an experiment that validates the hypothesis. Okay? Now, you understand that we're elucidating cause and effect relationships. I haven't said shape yet. Would you agree that to figure out the shape of an object, that's more of a geometry question, right? It's not a question for the scientific method, is it?
Who does that sound like?
I think Nathan.
Just without the attitude.
Without the attitude, yeah.
And with a British accent. It makes it sound so official, so there's like circumstantial. Pomp and circumstance, right?
Pomp and circumstance. I knew you were going to say that shit. Pomp and circumstance. I knew it, man.
Too funny. Good job, Jetty.
Right, yeah.
Awesome. So you understand why I said there couldn't be no such thing?
couldn't be no such thing as scientific consensus of a shape. Should have finished it off with that. You'll get there.
From what you said, I want to agree with you, but I'm trying to formulate and sort of argument against that because feels as if there's something wrong with that chain of reasoning.
No, there's nothing wrong with that that general reasoning. And then, number two, there is no scientific consensus. So you're in a fucking category error, number one, which makes everything non sequitur. And there is no such animal as scientific consensus. That's a paradox. Go ahead.
So somebody should ask this guy if a shape is an effect.
Yeah, you're on the same. You could go a number of routes, but yes.
You know, if you have a cause, right, you know, if you have an effect, say, for example, you know that some experiment shows an effect that is only possible.
An experiment shows an effect. Holy shit. Little ass backwards, aren't you?
On the globe Earth. And there's sort of an implication that effect can only happen on the globe Earth.
Possible. Okay, only possible on a globe Earth when, what have we got to beg the question of the Earth's able to formulate this argument, or what type of scientific experiment are we going to use to denote a curved surface? We're talking about a surface.
That's not my question.
What? That right. Wicked, Jedi. Wicked.
Well, of course it's wicked. He's listened to me for 6 years.
What we're saying is brought it back. Nah, you're not getting away. Son.
Yeah, that's true. He did bring him back. A lot of flat earthers, that would have Jedi mind tricked Jedi. But a lot of flat earthers it would have, but Jedi was on it. So good point.
We're talking about I get you, but we're talking about a surface description, a shape, right? That's geometry, dude. We're not going to be doing natural science here. We're not going to be formulating a hypothesis. We have no phenomena.
Right. So, how would you explain the things that scientists say can only happen in the globe?
Goddamn video!
Is that all you had?
Applause, yeah. No, that was worthy of a J.
Yeah, it was good
as well. That was so succinct and perfect.
Yeah, he's good.
We're talking about a surface description, a shape, right? That's geometry, dude. We're not going to be doing natural science here. We're not going to be formulating a hypothesis. We have no phenomena.
Yeah, it's very good.
Right. Fantastic. So, how would you explain the thing?
How do we explain you just got your ass tore up? I can explain how you just got your ass tore up. That's what I would have been explaining there.
Pause a second. Sorry. The baller did something a minute ago that maybe most people wouldn't jump on, but
I figured you'd jump on it. I know what you're gonna fucking say.
Yeah, he employed something, and it went to nowhere. He employed that that there was certain things that would prove something, and then he went to nowhere.
Oh yeah.
So what he's actually trying to do is actually to the uninformed and the ignorant out there, because people, there's going to be ignorant people who don't know any different. He's given them the impression psychologically that there's something there that they're not aware of that proves some kind of geometric shape.
In science.
And now. Yeah, well, in science, yeah. But he's using the word science to prop up this heap of nothing that he's not going to give any example of. Because when someone did, I can't remember exactly what was said, but when someone did say something, he brushed past it. There was no, I just got that demonstration now. Or you know what I mean? There was no anything. It's just it's an employed situation that never leads to anything.
Yeah, he's going to do the same thing right now to Jetty's pummeling that he didn't realize. He's going to try to shift around it. He's going to do it right. He's going to do it again.
Right.
Listen.
So, how would you explain the things that scientists say can only happen on the globe Earth?
So, how do you explain the things that scientists say that only happen on a globe Earth? What? 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 Huh? What? You glue sniffer. You see, we would have never gotten this far anyway, because I'd have tore his ass up beforehand. He'd have never asked that.
Using a flat Earth. Well, that's not my question anyway. So,
Scientists are not saying that. Not getting it.
Good job, T-Dub. Yep, you just debunked him again.
I know.
Can I interject?
No, halt! Oh, that's you interjecting.
Oh, no, halt, halt! That is me in the past.
Yeah, it is. Okay, let's get the whole thing. Sorry about that. Betty warned me that this was going to be a problem, but I figured we could handle it. That's what I told her.
I don't know what the Dutch for halt is.
I mean, look it up.
Not getting it.
I know.
Can I interject here just for a sec, Jedi? Because I am going to shoot off, but it's literally the other bit I was going to share with you of the book, and it's very pertinent here. Right.
You're going to share the book again.
Yeah, because at this point, I'm thinking I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm done. And all I'll do is exactly this, another shameless plug, which should address this point. So after this point, I think any deductions are only half a point.
You say he knows he's going to screw up. Unbelievable.
I know. in the short near future, Flatsy comes in and calls me a deviant. At which point I know I'm probably wobbling. So.
All right, cool, man. Thanks for giving us an early warning. Okay, I can acquiesce to that. Since you recognized your upcoming shortcomings.
Yeah, please.
It's just a little paragraph after some citation. The first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena, a measurable effect in the physical world. Globe is a concrete noun, a descriptor of shape, not a phenomenon. It's a what is question, not a how or why question or cause and effect. The question of a globe lies in pure geometry, not physics or natural science. Shapes are measured, not manipulated to reveal cause and effect.
That's a friggin' dagger. I love that chapter.
A dagger with a little echo effect in the back to make it sound even better.
That was well said, Adam. Well freaking said.
That's right. That from the
multi-stabber.
It is. It's absolute. It's a silver dagger right in the friggin' heart. Love it.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. You got that shit right.
Well, add this quickly that flat earthers are saying the earth as it currently is the flat earth. So anything that currently works.
Why did the 304 come in here and ruin that point that Adam just made?
Because he wanted to talk and hear himself.
I'm going to tear into your ass, intensive Care Bear.
You should go back to the start of it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, I listened to, when Adam shared this the other day, I listened to the start of it. The first, I'm not sure how much of it, maybe 30 minutes of it. I had to turn it off. I had flat earthers making all kinds of claims that I personally, if it was there, would be holding them on. They'd be arguing with me. It's like, can you support this? Can you support this? Can you support this? So you're claiming that. So the implication of what you're claiming then is this. Do you know what I mean? Flat earthers are deadly. They're deadly because they get some facts correct. Right, they get some facts, underneath their belt, and they have some correctness. And then they just go off on some crazy tangents that they have no support for. I heard a flat earther the other day, I'm not going to go into it, but on our start of this, I wonder if anyone could pick it out within the first half an hour or so, basically claim that latitude and longitude is a three-dimensional spherical shape. Latitude and longitude, that's 2 dimensions.
Yep.
Is a 3-dimensional shape. I couldn't believe it. I had to just turn it off. I couldn't believe it.
There's a problem with that, and I get frustrated with it, obviously. And some of it comes from high-ranking flat earthers that I correct. By the way, there was a little uncomfortable moment the other day when one of the mods, I won't mention his name, he's a good guy, started talking about why I come down heavy on refraction. And he got a little bit tore up.
If I wasn't hanging around the politics server, my problem would be I'd end up arguing.
Yeah, but he was using your using your argument against me. You know what you used to do?
Go on.
Yeah. Oh, well, QE. It's that these baltards, they don't understand what you're actually saying, and their claim is this. That was his defense.
Oh, I think I could make that argument a lot better than him, even if it wouldn't be a good argument. I can make a bad argument better than him.
When he did that, I said, "Fucking Brian." Now, I didn't say it. I just said it.
You thought of it.
I've got a rebuttal. I want to test actually on that. And oh no, I'm sucking balls again. Right. So refraction doesn't occur in the atmosphere. In their world, I know. I won't bite on the word atmosphere. Right. What I'll go is I disagree, except under exceptional circumstances. And then I want to show them a picture of part of the sky looking green. And I want to go through slowly, like I do tonight, why it's green. Blue. Yeah, do you get me, QA?
Yeah.
That's a painful one. It's going to hurt, that.
But the greenish blue hue?
Yeah. Shout out to you. I've never, yeah, he's the perfect example of why you can't go. Yeah.
Yeah, too funny.
Would therefore work on Friday.
Right. I think old Hoss Radburn answered my question in the chat, but just one last thing before I go.
Why didn't you deal with what Adam just told you? That's what didn't you get it? I mean, Jetty tightened his shot group, and then Adam just laid it down. But no, we won't touch on that. We'll go to the next little topic before I go.
See, and you see, this is why you need me in there, because I'd have been, hey, guy, do you understand what was just told to you?
Yeah.
Right? You understand a globe is a shape. You don't science a shape. I'd have to break it down the way I do, because apparently I don't think this guy understood what Adam was trying to tell him.
Nope.
In the eloquent way that Adam was trying to tell him it.
Yeah.
You know?
You're right. You're exactly right. Just stay on that point. Do not allow them to move on to their next incoherent comment or claim. You stay right there, and you have them renounce the globe. I'm starting to do that.
At the very least, renounce that the globe can be scienced.
Yeah.
Because what Adam just told you, the two definitions you just gave you, prove that you can't science a shape, and a globe is a shape.
From here on out, when I it's going to be easy when I get the upper hand, which is going to be in less than five seconds with these idiots. At the end of my point, I'm going to have them renounce the globe. You will renounce the globe, so it won't move on to the next topic. The next red herring's not going to be allowed to come up. That's how you solve that shit. That's what I'm
20
doing.
minutes trying to get them to do that.
I'm going to do it tonight.
Yeah, you're not going to get them to renounce the globe.
Yeah, but that's not going to affect what I'm going to do.
You've changed.
No, he will get him to do it, but they won't know that they've done it.
True.
Flatsy, yeah, just hold on a second. Is Flatsy in here?
Yep.
She's going to hold me to that, too.
Maybe.
She also always
I've got a lot to do when I get home, but I'll probably jump in and listen to you guys tear each other apart.
Yeah. Did you like the discussion? I haven't forgotten that you wanted in here, Adam. Did you witness that discussion the other day on refraction, Flatsy?
What day?
Yeah,
You kind of tear apart refraction all the time.
No, with another flat earther, it was a mod. And were you there?
I was there.
Who was there?
I was there.
Who?
I was there.
Who's that?
Migo Igo.
Oh, Migo Igo. Yeah, Migo Igo was there. We don't have to say who it was, but yeah. All right. I just wanted to know. All right. Fair enough.
Why can't you say who it was?
I don't want to embarrass him. He's a good guy. He's just on the wrong end of that.
It wasn't wrong.
Take, for example, Newton, and he had the apple that fell. It didn't actually fall, but, just let's assume it did. Would you describe that as being the scientific method? He had a hypothesis that, well, he didn't have a hypothesis.
What was
first. He said...
So, let's start with Newton. Now, besides, I know he's avoiding everything that's been said to him. And the apple that fell, it didn't really fall. How does he know? Was he there? Like, was he there when this apple's... Like, is he calling Isaac Newton a liar? Well, what's that kind of statement?
Are you saying apples don't fall, Brian?
That seems to be what he's saying. Now, unless he's referring to Albert Einstein, I don't know. In which case, it wouldn't be falling. It'd be sitting in free space.
Or if, according to Dell, yeah.
Oh man, haven't heard that name in a while.
To the apple. Say Dell and Einstein, obviously, but it's the same retard here, isn't it? Dell and Einstein. It's just if you put a load of maths around it, people don't laugh.
Did you hear his last statement about Newton? And that could be a hypothesis from the Principia. I have not as yet been able to discover the reason for these properties of gravity from phenomena. And I do not feign hypotheses. Mr. Deleted Account Dirtbag. That would have been your ass. Just FYI. We're going to take -1 from Adam.
Did it already... did I miss the part where...
No.
Hold on. Did I miss the part where I come in and call Adam a deviant?
No,
did I already miss that?
No, we didn't get there yet.
No, this is where I think deduction points count half, because it's really late then.
Okay.
I think, it must be late because
fair enough.
Flatty's turned up, so...
Fair enough.
Well, there must be gravity. So, can you apply the same thing to global Earth?
Dude, hold on. What was Newton's hypothesis?
I'm not saying he had a hypothesis first.
No, he's not saying he had a hypothesis.
He just observed an apple fell and he made an explanation around it.
Can I just a second? Just a second. Adam, is that you talking there or is that you?
He's getting ready to come in.
Did I say halt?
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Nine said it is me in the past. Carry on.
Yeah. In Newton's original Principia Mathematica.
Principia.
Written. The Principia.
Principia.
Written. Try saying that with a Sicilian accent.
I'm going to mute you.
It is original, right? Latin, right? Publication, right? The word gravity would have been gravitas, meaning heavy or weight. So it would not have referred to force. So someone just going on what you just read out there, right? The properties of weight. He really did he not hear about Archimedes? I don't really know what to make out of that. If that's what he said, it doesn't if that's his exact words put into English, well, it's not because they put in the word gravity because they're idiots. But you know what I mean. But if that's what he was saying, but then the properties of weight, 1900 years before him, Archimedes detailed the buoyancy.
Yep.
I just thrown it out there. It's just and someone else will read that and go, "Oh, he didn't know about the properties of this gravity." What gravity? It's literally stated afterwards, I feign no hypothesis. So there was no gravity for him to be referring to.
Yeah, true.
If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Kiwi, put put it back up because it's really important, this quote, yeah. I said, when I read that, right, what that tells me is Newton wasn't a crook or a scam. And what he's saying here is, I do not feign a hypothesis. He's basically saying, it's a bit like shapes. This magic force I've invented, I do not feign a hypothesis for it. Yeah, I can't science this.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying, genuinely. Are you stupid? Yeah, yes. He's basically what I said. I do not feign. It's an impossibility for him because he recognises what he's invoking.
Yeah.
In other letters, these are the indictments. But at this point, to me, he's because of the language he uses with hypothesis, he's actually saying this is not scienceable. Because that's exactly what he is saying in 17th century English.
Well, within the original Latin publication, at no point does he refer to gravity as a force. He doesn't do this. This is after him. Other people start adding this in because the word gravitas became gravity.
Yeah,
yeah. You know what I mean, it's all. It is a scam, but not from him.
Yeah, it's a scam from other people, and we've witnessed this a few times, haven't we? That's why I took the blame off Newton many times during my presentations through the years, because I found some little monkey business going on with people taking him and using him and using the antithesis of what he's saying.
Do not describe this gravity to me.
Yeah.
He died. Oh, let's describe this to him.
Yeah, exactly. They're stealing his valor. Yep. That's happened a lot. Then Brian just identified another one. Do you got anything else, Adam?
Yeah, put it back up. Again, I think there's genuineness. Remember, 1700s. Yeah? The bit before it, I do not, as yet, being able to discover the reason for the properties. It's funny you put it in pink. Properties of gravity. The properties of gravity. Yeah? From phenomena. Listen to him. The guy knows what he's on about. And I do not feign. He knows what he's talking about. He's recognising. He's trying to invoke something. And that's both his honesty and where I would indict Newton. Because he's trying to invoke something from nothing, even here. Yeah? He might use gravitas, but he's still invoking a reason, a causation. In terms of there's something that's worth discovering, but he shows how lost he is. Probably because he's stuck. He's trying to invoke something, but because he is honest, he knows he can't scientist. You know, he can't science it. He knows he can't tweak anything. Yep. He can't see any causation. This is why he's stuck in a circular loop, but he wants to evoke a reason for this thing that he sees happen, that he thinks that he perceives, and I think fundamentally, as an equivalence of a force. Part of the argument that sits today.
The problem is that he was influenced by Kepler, who was a con man. So he was naively influenced by Kepler. So he thought there had to be something there because this whole notion of a force started actually with Kepler. So he was influenced by a con man, but he himself was not a con man. He was an honest guy.
Yep, but that's what it seems to be. Yep.
Just before you press play,
Superchat.
Just to bring it back. Oh, even better. Where?
Booger's in the store with his daddy, or I would have let him, but I just noticed it and it's kind of late. But Mike 808 sent another super chat and he actually wrote something in. He said, for missing last show.
Oh, thanks, Mike. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Before you, just to bring, this is interesting because what's going to be on the table is Cavendish, and they always want to invoke Newton. Never allow them to conflate this. You know what I mean?
Yes, I never do. It seems like I'm the only one that does that, by the way. Interesting.
You remember it?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Science.
That's not science.
This is quite an interesting point. Like, and I'm not attacking you, dude, because genuinely, you've elucidated that. But Newton saw the apple fall and he thought, "Oh, gravity." Is that commensurate? Those things you've described, as you understand, commensurate with the scientific method? Observe a natural phenomena, yeah. Suggest a possible cause and mechanism, yeah. Cause and effect relationship. Are we there? Do you understand why what you think Newton's thing isn't science? It's a man just making stuff up, something that actually he may or may not have said, but fundamentally he disavows in later life.
He may or may not have said.
Look at me, I've pulled him back. I didn't think I did there. I forgot, yeah?
Yeah.
There was a lot of beef to fight there, but I've actually pulled him back to, is it science?
Yes. Very good.
Apple.
Yep, it was good. Yep.
This is the point you guys need to grasp. If you're going to invoke science, invoke it. And what the guys here will hold you to is if you're going to say, prove that cause and effect relationship, prove it first. Start with your apple, make it into science. Yeah, I'll let it fall, as your apologetics suggested. Maybe it did. It did. We all know apples fall from trees. Not daft. Yeah. Start there.
Halt!
Work out and see. Brian.
Brian's daft.
Sorry, Adam. Sorry, I wasn't near my phone. Yeah, go on.
We agree, apples fall from trees.
Yes. We're in agreement.
And so do potatoes.
They want to be contentious, held up later.
So do potatoes.
See if you can figure out the cause of the apple falling. And then if you did, you would have scienced it, wouldn't you?
Nothing.
Is that 4-0?
He's not run yet.
Okay. No, I have nothing more to say because I'm not really well read in the philosophy of science. So,
the first step of the scientific method is what? It's to observe a natural phenomenon. Now, I've got no issue with both you and me looking at an apple and watching it fall. Now, you science the shit out of that for me, pal. Come on. I'm on your side. I'll help you. I won't berate you. Take it forwards.
Right, an apple falls, there must be some reason why it falls.
Brilliant. But now we're suggesting there's a cause of that apple falling. Right, brilliant.
So there must either be something in the apple, something inherent to the apple that makes it fall, or there must be some outside phenomenon, from the earth, for example.
Outside phenomena, right?
See, this is where you got to be patient, isn't it? There must be something inherent in the apple that causes it to fall. There is words, and it's so easy to chew that, but I was trying to be good.
Yeah, it was good. I liked his little comeback there. That was pretty good.
Maybe a bird, cutting away the branch.
Yeah.
All right, that was pretty stupid.
I could just take the apple up to the tree, couldn't I? And then let it go.
Let it drop, yeah. Okay. Right, so you have to prove that there is a cause. And okay, so what if you prove that there is a cause, that it's been released from your hand? But then you have to explain why it being released from your hand causes it to fall.
In that case, simple logic would lead us to the conclusion that the cause, if we were to use that analogy, would be me taking it up to the top of the tree and letting it go. That would be the cause of the apple falling in that case.
Well, why is it that...
Yeah, okay.
Why is it that releasing it from your hand causes a fall? Why is it not the case that the air holds it up?
That's not Adam's problem. That's yours.
That's a good. Why doesn't it fall upwards?
Basically.
Oh God.
I think we all know right now he's asking the question, Brian, isn't he? Why doesn't the air have enough structural integrity?
Structural support, baby.
Yeah. I didn't know what to say, Adam. I didn't know what to say, Adam. Yeah.
Nicely done, Adam.
That happened.
Because there's air between it and the ground, and I've carried it up into that space where yeah, I've had to expend energy lifting it up, haven't I? Up and above the vacuum where there's no structural support for the apple. And
that's lowbrow.
Even when I put it onto the end of the branch.
That's low blow right there.
That was intentional, wasn't it? I can only apologize. That was
the ego. That was the ego.
It worked.
That was
it works
terrible.
in that context. That absolutely works. So yeah, Brian. Yeah.
It's true statement.
That was meant for the future. That was, wasn't it? Yeah, there was no one in that room. I don't think.
No, nobody. But you knew you were being cheeky.
Yeah, it was meant for this moment right now.
Yes, it was.
Threw a dagger at Brian from Discord.
Yeah.
No, it's the tip of my hat.
Yeah,
fellow gentleman.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adam.
Nicely done.
I'm shitting it a little bit because I'm hanging out on a tree and I'm still holding it to prove my point. I'm expending energy holding it, aren't I? Before I let it go. Now, at that point, it has no longer any structural support holding it. So it goes back to equilibrium, doesn't it? But the cause in that case of it falling is me getting too scared on the branch and having to let the apple go. After I carried it all the way up to that height.
But, releasing the apple from your hand, letting it just be in air, why does it, the fact of it being in air, but without being supported by anything, why does it mean that it's going to fall? We say it's self-evident, we say it's a stupid question, but why? Why is that the case?
Well, that's your problem.
This has been explained 1900 years, as I said earlier, before Newton.
Yep.
A guy called Archimedes fully explained the whole thing, even with mathematics.
Yep. No, he described it.
The identity differential. Sorry, go on.
He described it.
Sorry, described it. Yeah.
Oh,
but it's. Yeah.
There it is, right there. Archimedes' principle is as follows. The buoyant force on an object equals the weight of the fluid it displaces. In equation form, Archimedes' principle is this. The buoyant force, well, I'll just read it. Where FB is the buoyant force and WFL is the weight of the fluid displaced by the object. Archimedes' principle is valid in general for any object in any fluid, whether partially or totally submerged. End of citation.
Are you invoking the question why is up and what is down?
I'm not asking what's up and what's down. I'm asking why does it fall?
You are.
Why does it move?
Okay, why doesn't it fall up?
Well, that's his problem, Adam.
I don't know. I'm just seeing if he wants to go there.
Yeah, I know.
That's what he's trying to elucidate.
All right.
As these are politics.
Why it falls up. That's why I'm asking, what is the cause?
No, that's what we're asking you. How do you validate it, douchebag?
From that cause, maybe from the explanation.
It's an apple and you've took it up a tree and you've dropped it. And the only way things drop is down to the ground. It's natural law. It's obvious. Never ever, something heavier than the medium it's in only ever goes down to the ground. These are things we can observe and confirm, aren't they?
Yeah, we can observe them, but we're asking why. Why is it the case?
No, we're asking you. You. This is your claim. See, I'd have been all over him.
Yeah, it's a reversal of the burden of proof.
Exactly.
Okay, why?
Adam fell for it because he's late.
I'm working with him.
I know you are.
To the timbre in my voice.
Yes.
I'm going to help
Dr. Adam Peterson.
Yeah, Dr. Adam.
He's a nice guy. Adam is holding his hand. He's straightening out his bib. I mean, come on, man.
Straightening out his bib.
No, you tell me how we're going to science the cause of why he's down then, because is that where we're at now?
So I make an explanation. Same Newton. I say that gravity exists because an apple.
Yeah, I say I make an explanation. Gravity exists. That's not a fucking explanation, you moron.
I'd just like to remind you I pulled that back on.
Make it sound better.
Wait a second, Brian. Go ahead, Adam.
See, I pulled that back on track.
Yep.
How are we going to science what is down then? Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to go there, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, now immediately. Immediately, who's going to accept
that? I'm not prepared to not accept it. I just need a Socratic way of moving forward. You just said gravity. I could just as easily say three. What does QE say? Three-toed gnomes. Well,
invisible three-toed gnomes.
Right. At this point, I now need to invoke the half-a-point penalty. I could just I'm wobbling. Yeah, I'm wobbling.
Shut up.
Leprechauns, couldn't I? Well, leprechauns or unicorns, as Nathan would say, pull it down. Now, and that would be silly because we all know that's daft. Now, you said gravity. What's that?
Let's say it's a force.
You can't say
it's a force.
You can't say because of circular logic it's the thing that pulls things down, can you? So what is it? How are you going to validate this thing that pulls things down? Well, show it me. Oh, pause. That was good.
Yeah, it was good.
I don't deserve the penalty invocation yet. No, that's too sharp.
Yeah, it is sharp.
You don't need to. Have to give it to yourself. I'm sorry.
I've had to. I know I'm a fair man, Brian. Yeah.
No, QE, what he just attempted to do a minute ago, he being Adam, is he tried to evaluate himself.
Yeah.
And it's after backfiring on him because he forgot he said something good after.
Yeah.
No. The worst that happened there is we're talking minutes, Brian, that tipping point. Yeah. The worst you can say is he handles it well under pressure still, like a champ.
like a champ.
So I'd make a theory.
Oh my God! Now he's making theories.
No one's saying this theory is true as of yet.
No one's saying this. Oh my God!
But then I would take that.
What?
I didn't say halt. It's me on the thing going.
Oh, it's saying pause. Oh my God!
Yeah. He said theory, hasn't he? I think I'm probably triggered. See, this is where you
forgot that the theory is the last step.
The fuck up!
Because what you want is what you wanted from the beginning was clearly a little bit drunk, Adam. Right? Not salient Adam that will take people apart. Now I'm doing what you and Brian want. Pause, halt, stop, like that. Coming in when somebody says theory. I'm getting spicy. I'm invoking the penalty thing at this point, actually.
Okay.
But then pause.
Now, a theory. Are we talking science now?
Theory in colloquial language. I would...
Colloquial or scientific theory?
I'm speaking in scientific... I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to discuss science in colloquial terms, which I think is very possible.
You invoke the term theory, and all I'm asking you to do again is to clarify.
He knows he's not talking about a scientific theory. That's why he said colloquial. He said that shit real quick, too.
Yeah, he did. It was real quick.
To elucidate, is it a scientific theory or colloquial term?
I don't think you pronounced that correct.
Theory, as in, is a story.
Right. Forget about the...
So I'm not attacking him. I'm trying to help. The theory you're going to invoke, I assume it's going to be backed up with experiment. Because that's what a theory is, isn't it? It's a supposition you can draw, a conclusion you can draw after experiment, yeah? Do we agree on that?
Yeah, we do agree. Okay, let's just drop the term theory. And
No. Do we agree that that's what a theory is? One or more experiments that demonstrate your point is when you can say, I've got a theory in the realms of science.
Yeah.
Is that what a theory is when we use the term theory?
That is what a theory is, yeah.
Is that how you...
He has no idea what he's saying. Poor guy.
He's correct, though. We're agreeing with Adam with that because that is correct.
I've had to really bully him there. Just so
You did. You are being a bully now. It's starting to. I'm starting to get a little
like me, aren't you?
Little aggravated.
We're using it so we can carry on. That's my guy.
I meant as in, I have an explanation. I call it gravity. And
story.
That's not an explanation. Gravity, saying gravity, that's not an explanation, moron. You don't know what explanations are, and you just conjured it. Hit him with the invisible three-toed gnomes.
So not theory. I've got a story. Dude, and I'm happy to hear your story as long as I know it's a story. So you've got a story about gravity. Let's hear it. Because I've got a story about Narnia in a minute.
At this point.
Because I got a story about Narnia in a minute. That was absolute gold.
Gravity and three angels holding the apple, they're equally as possible. They're possible because they're not logically, impossible. I'm talking about, there's a difference between science and sort of mathematical logic. It's
mathematical logic.
Did you just get him to make fun of his own shit?
Yep. Look at right here. Adam. Look at here. A time for a story. Once upon a time.
It's not, in that sort of logical sense, not false. But
okay, so I get you. I got you. So we both agree that if we invoke the term gravity, not talking science because it's not demonstrable with experiment.
Yeah,
the thing we're invoking. We could just as easily invoke a theoretical angel, to use your vernacular. So
exactly,
angels, gravity, they're all stories, but neither are theories, are they? In the scientific sense of what a theory is, in terms of it having any validity.
Yeah. It's a hypothesis. Yes, it's a hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis either, you goober. My God.
Three angels.
No, a hypothesis.
Oh, Adam's gonna get him. All right, Adam.
Is a suppositional question that you're going to take to experiment, to test the cause and effect relationship.
Right.
So when you say hypothesis, you mean I'm guessing and making shit up? Or do you mean hypothesis in the terms of science and the scientific method, where it means the supposition you're proposing to take to experiment?
Look at Adam, sharp.
Okay.
What do you mean?
By hypothesis, I mean, I'm asking the question, are there three angels holding the apple?
That's not a hypothesis, you moron.
Good question, science buddies.
That's science buddies, yeah.
Okay. So not hypothesis in the terms of science then. Hypothesis again, the theory way you used it in the colloquial street sense, but not in the methodology that invokes any validity to you invoking the term. So if we we can swap the words, can't we? Just for story each time. Or I'd like to tell you that I believe. To invoke the terms theory or hypothesis is to steal valor, isn't it, of what people think science means. You're not invoking science, you're just invoking your story, aren't you? That's cool.
To go. It's one question.
Okay, before
how's the way I said my are there three angels holding up the apple? How's that different from your definition of a hypothesis?
Oh my God, dude. Oh,
that's the crack, bro. This guy's on crack.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. He just snatched his own wig off. Didn't even know it.
It wouldn't be a hypothesis, would it? Unless you're going to test How are you going to take one
test it
away? Okay. If it is, if there are 3 angels holding up that apple, right, I will prove there are by taking one of the angels away and the apple will fall. Or maybe, just to make sure I've made sure my experiment is fully falsifiable, I end up taking all 3 of those angels away. Can you do that in experiment?
Well, you'd first have to observe if there are any angels. Right? That's the first thing.
You know what an angel was, wouldn't you? Quantify it to be able to take it away. So, just as we use the analogy with angels, the same applies to gravity, doesn't it? If we're going to science it, just as we could ridicule the angel analogy, the same applies when we substitute for the word gravity. It's just as ridiculous and ludicrous and absurd endeavor to try and to remove something so that we can science it and manipulate it when we don't even know what it is. Right. Can't see it. It's a bit Etherean almost.
Even aside from all of this,
isn't that was good. Continue. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I just thought that was underhand of me. There was no need to invoke the Ethereans. That was it. You can press play again.
No, he's gone off for a minute. No, the confidence is up at him, so you're swinging at everyone.
Yeah, I am. I'm 3-0. I'm 3-0, Brian. Yeah.
It's about to be 4.
Yeah, well, this is. I see the challenge hasn't come yet. This is still early, man. I must have been going for hours, Brian. Honestly, I can't remember.
But you can do in there. Like the thing about this is just it's a conveyor belt of one after the other. You know, there's no time limit. There's no end. Like at least on the FED, there's an end of the show or something.
I've probably sat and painted with a Warhammer figure for a little bit while I've been quiet, and then come back. That's probably, you know what I mean. It's funny. But they've got no point. Listen to the shit. They don't even know what they're trying to invoke. And that's all I'm trying to hold him to. What he's invoked, theory.
Yeah, it is circular, you see. Like the whole point of the whole force of gravity thing is it's a completely circular position. It's like you've got to invoke it as in already being in existence before you can produce something to prove its existence. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. They're not treating it as a supposition. They're treating it as an already given thing. And that's the problem. It's a begging the question. And that's why it ends up looking so silly. For like anyone who doesn't know anything about this topic, or anything about basically science in general, listening to what's happening there will be like, they know one side knows one person knows exactly what they're talking about, and the other person obviously doesn't. You know, kind of, even though he's being conciliatory with you, not to attack him too much, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's not got a Scooby-Doo, has he?
All right, here we go.
The consensus in the scientific community that
he's back to the consensus of the scientific community again. That's out of Tor's ass up. Sorry.
Gravity is a theory. You know, it's not.
Gravity's not a theory, you fucking glue sniffer. I'm starting to get aggravated by him.
Something's logically certain. You know, something logically certain.
Theory. What do you mean by theory?
Wait, what I mean is that
Jetties. yeah.
What I mean is that gravity.
I just said, I just said right about pulling people back, and this wanker, and this is now what he is, because he just spent 10 minutes. We've just listened to him, not detailing what the word theory means, and we've been around the houses, and he thinks he can then just start again with a new statement that includes the word theory. Don't let him do it.
Yes, exactly.
I can hear it. Hold him.
Oh yeah, I would have destroyed him. He went all the way back to scientific consensus again in that statement. Fucking clown. He got debunked by it, got tore up, and then just got tore up by theory and hypothesis, but then goes to the theory of gravity. Absolutely unbelievable.
Describes.
No, not gravity.
Well, yeah. It currently works.
Yeah, you just said the scientific community have consensus, which in itself is worth naught. But you said they have theory.
Meakin.
So again,
worth not. No, that was already debunked before. Not only worth not, it's a paradox.
Using the term theory here, not in the scientific sense.
Carry on with. Shut up.
Just a list that you relate it to the community.
Shut up.
Now I'm feeling spicy. That you imbued, yeah. But again, in the colloquial sense, they all think, even though they've got
Here we go again.
Experiment to back up why they think that. Is that the way you use the word?
In this case, I mean the scientific definition.
What's the scientific theory of gravity, then, please? Stop. Pause.
Jetty's laughing because this is going to be a hoot.
Yeah, because we're now in circles, aren't we?
Yes.
We've been here before with the previous guy that's ran away. This must be the guy of the challenge. In fact, it is. But yes, go on.
So the theory is that something that has mass will attract something else. Mass as well.
Wow. I mean, how to hang yourself. I've not ridiculed you until this point. Listen to yourself.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. No, you're welcome to. You're welcome
to. So I'm going to give you a moment to Google, breathe.
Okay. Listen, there is no
scientific theory, which is something which is substantiated by one or more experiments that will prove gravity. Off you go. Breathe.
I'm sure.
It's not.
I'm sure there's a very well-known experiment. There's a very well-known experiment that proves gravity. It's this one where you have two bars. Where I have used the. I'll just find the name of it very quickly.
Stop.
I think Cavendish is before midnight. Brilliant.
Someone's going to need to throw your life boy in a minute. Don't get the experiment because you said it's in the scientific term of theory. So there will be at least one experiment that will validate your theory. Go and find it.
That experiment.
Oh,
yeah, I'm finding it right now. That was what I was going to do.
Yeah, but isn't it weird that you don't know it to hand? Goddamn video. I say it politely. There's no polite way of saying anything in German, is there? You see what I'm trying? I'm trying to hold him to the point again, Kuwait. This has got to be worth a point. This guy is
going to be worth a point. No, it's too late. I would have tore his ass up by now. No, going around in circles a couple times.
I'm a slow terror. I'm a cat, right? You're a dog.
Dag.
You just double that shit down. Of everything you've just been espousing, yet you need to Google it. Isn't that very telling?
Well, not every scientist remembers the formula for something. They search for those formulas.
Not every scientist remembers the formula. What a douchebag.
They can't use it.
Pause a second, please. So, this is why I maintain that these people are orchestrated. Because
give me a break. They're morons. They're Dunning-Kruger delusional morons, man.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The point is
does.
Prove it. The point is that this guy is coming back in around with the same BS that first guy was trying to come in with.
Yeah.
It's like they cannot let it go. These people cannot let it go. Even after Adam walking through everything, he sat there and gave the impression he was listening, gave the impression he was conciliatory, but really he was only waiting for his opportunity to add in this complete another horse manure once again.
That just contradicted itself.
It happens too often.
We already know that. We already know.
Yeah.
We already know. That's all they do. That's all they do. So it's not orchestrated. They're just fucking morons, Brian.
Maybe it's orchestrated by somebody smarter than that.
No. It's too stupid to be orchestrated.
Engaged in gentlemen, isn't it very telling that you need to Google at this point?
It tells nothing.
Person, if you're on the other side, or if you're just a neutral listening to you and me, isn't it very telling that you need to Google this?
It tells you nothing.
No, it tells you nothing. You don't know it, doesn't it? It tells everybody.
No, it tells me I haven't remembered it. It doesn't mean that I didn't have to apply it in this discussion.
Your religion.
I'll tell you what.
You've got to Google it.
If you want some outsiders, it's more telling of what he's going to Google. Not that he's actually going to have to Google it. He knows what he wants to try and say. It's interesting what he's trying to say.
It's the
If he did listen to the 20 minutes past of the conversation, we're literally going
round in circles.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Here we go.
So you try and take my 4-0, can I?
No, that's why I shut up, Adam. Oh, we saw yours, dude.
I think we're good. I think, come on, dude.
It's the Cavendish experiment. You know, you've heard it or not.
I think, are we at the point where you're prepared to admit that you have no scientific basis for your religious belief about gravity? Because you can't give me one experiment to
I just told you the experiment.
Theory in the scientific terms, yeah, using science as the arbiter of what the word means. You can't provide one experiment to support your theory.
I just told you the experiment.
For any theory to exist, there must be at least one or more experiments to support it.
Okay.
Are we at least at that point of recognition of the actual facts on the table? Yeah, because this isn't an argument. This is just factual, isn't it? There are no scientific experiments that support your claim of gravity. There is no experiments that back up the theory of gravity, because there is no, in the fully scientific terms of what a theory means, there is no theory of gravity.
Again,
because there is no experiment to support.
Again, I've told you the experiment like 3 times now. The Cavendish experiment. I'll just send it in the chat. No, you're going to laugh.
Hold.
Yeah, I'm about ready to put an end to the whole thing because I'm getting hungry.
No, we're nearly. This is the bit that, right, this is where we should end it after this guy. Because why did I do that? What am I doing? What he thinks Cavendish right now is a scientific experiment. This is where he's going to take it, and then this is where he's going to go away for half an hour. That's where we should end it.
Okay.
Yeah. But just listen to what he's doing. He doesn't. All I've done there, right? I know he's trying to butt in and tell me Cavendish, but the reason I've overtalked him is to just outline for the audience, yeah, a summation of what he's claimed and what he's going to do. Yeah, I know I ramble a bit, but that actually was really purposeful.
All right.
Just to summate the shit that you have to sit through. Yeah, it's important to summate it sometimes.
Yeah, thanks.
Were you just going to say cock waffle?
Yes.
Let's do Cavendish. You and me.
Right, okay. What you're going to say?
How can you know the argument that he's going to say if you had to look up the stuff in the first place?
Listen, that's not an argument. Right?
What are you psychic? You deliberately looked up Cavendish in order to invoke the argument that he's going to say that you don't know about.
No. I knew the experiment. I knew what it was. I just didn't know the name because I forgot the name. You know, that doesn't mean anything. In any case, forgive me if I'm wrong, but your argument is going to be that the experiment measures the gravitational constant or whatever it is.
Oh my god.
But that doesn't prove gravity. That doesn't prove there is something called gravity. But if that...
Dude, Cavendish experiment. Google it properly. What was it set up to do? What does it do?
Just ask him what the name of it actually was.
Even though it's not an experiment, when they set this up, what was the aim? What were they trying to calculate?
Measure the force of gravitational attraction between masses and the laboratory setting.
No.
Now, I even threw him a bone, didn't I, with calculate.
Yeah, good one. Pissed me off there for a second. Setting him up. You're a bad boy.
I'm trying to accelerate the conversation, if nothing else.
Thank the Lord.
I like the accelerate.
Wrong.
I need to grab a beer, ladies and gentlemen. Take over, somebody. I've got to grab a beer.
Right, you know, I have to go as well. I'll be back in half an hour if you're still here. Other than that, you know.
Okay.
You need to find the title.
All right, that's it.
And that is it. He's coming back in half an hour. What's the timestamp on that? 10:40.
No, 10:48:07.
10:48:07. So when's he got? He's got half an hour. I'm no good at maths.
Fucking 20 past 11:20 around that. Something like that, is it? No, 11. What am I saying? 11:10.
I'll make it 18 minutes past.
No, 11:20. Yeah, 18. What am I saying? 11:20 almost.
So when we come back,
He came before half an hour though.
Yeah, I'll be back in half an hour. I'm counting score at this point. I'm 3-0 up. I think, yeah. I want 4. I'm sure I've just got 4. But he's just gone and thrown this pathetic, I'll be back in half an hour to answer your question. Something that I just pointed out was already previously very telling, because he's had to Google the thing that proves his point. Yeah.
Adam, you don't know. You don't know, Adam. That's how that usually goes, right? You tell them about something, and then they Google it, and then now they know more about what you just told them than you do. It happens every time. It's wonderful.
Well, when you went off to get the beer, Adam, you should have said 1 second, and you should have said nothing, because at that point you gave him the chance to say, I'll be back in half an hour, and for that half an hour he's going to cram in as much Cavendish as possible. So when he comes back, he's going to sound like he somewhat knows what he's talking about. If you had to continue right there and then, not that I'm saying he's not going to be finished in half an hour, but he's absolutely finished there, because he doesn't even know the purpose of the thing. Yeah.
Let him come back in a half hour, and then just ask him one more time. What was the name, the actual name of this Cavendish experiment thing you're talking about? What was the name of it?
Yeah.
Because what was the name of it? Measuring the density of the Earth. That doesn't sound like a scientific experiment to me. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, calculating the average density of not.
Smell of a calculation, doesn't it?
A little bit, a little whiff of calculation there.
As I was trying to accelerate it because this guy's lost. He doesn't know. And he's gone to the default position of invoking Cavendish. Now, I know you guys want to finish him off early. Nah, I'm happy with this, right? You're going to go to Cavendish. I'm the key. I'll let that little birdie keep struggling. I've already broke its fucking wings, yeah? Keep crawling across the carpet, birdie, yeah? Keep going, screaming Cavendish. Off you go. And that's all I want to do here.
Well, the thing about it is that he deserves what he gets, because you put him straight on things like theory and experiment and all that. You went through everything with him. And he basically threw it all back in your face and tried to talk about the theory of gravity and scientific consensus, something that he was put totally straight on by Jedi and you too. And now he wants to bring up the Cavendish claimed experiment. I mean, he deserves everything he's going to get, every single bit of it, because he can't concede that he just doesn't know what he's talking about. Someone else might know more, or he can't just concede he's wrong. It's that simple. He can't concede to it.
You can't have a good normie conversation like this without good old balls in a shed coming up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, that old thing we're bringing up again. Okay.
That whole chestnut.
Yeah, that old thingy over there.
But that's the point. Remember, what we've got them to is they're trying to science this science that they proclaim they have. Yeah? And what do they descend to? Balls in a shed, chocolate. Yeah? That's all they've got.
Balls in the shed. Balls in the shed. Walk around with my balls in the shed.
Very good, Adam. I know you got a bit of a hard time, and some parts were deserving, but I really enjoyed it.
44 more hours.
Oh, and She owes you an apology because she got smart with you earlier. If you go back in the recording, she came in and had something smart to say when it seemed like you were going the wrong direction, and QE was coming down on top of you like a ton of bricks. She came in with something to say.
I'm staying out of this argument.
Yeah, you will. Take us home.
Well, hopefully we'll finish it. Yeah. It'll probably be worse in the second half because, like I say, it is getting late. You see, I've got a little bit feisty, haven't I? But hopefully I'll stay on track. And hopefully Q will play the second half next Tuesday. Have we got a BALLBUSTERS before I finish?
Don't know yet.
Oh, it's the third Saturday of the month.
Don't worry about it. I don't know yet.
Now you're upsetting my Aspergery senses.
Yeah.
Like the things that, there's a reason I deploy it. I'll take you out. Right. So in that same vein, don't let people take you off track once they're there. There's been a repetition where I've scored victories here tonight. It's not letting these wankers go past their first suppositional statement where they whistle past the graveyard and ask you to accept so much nonsense, yeah, before you're then arguing that paradigm. I think we used the word Narnia tonight. It's so apparent. Don't let them take you there, yeah? With that, see you next week. Maybe Saturday. It's up to QE, obviously. Good night.
All of your gullible idiot followers should be realizing right now that you are an idiot or you are a liar. You said you would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not get turned away at gunpoint. You lied, Nathan.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land, that's such a comical sight. To see the tune, the globe-head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves something. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? This and our secret bit. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land, that's such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goon spewing out his size, screaming. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? And listen up, secret bliss. I've not came all this distance for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laugh.
their lives in real life, Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!